when it's dry and ready, then dreidel I shall play. It has a lovely body with legs so short and thin. When it is so tired, it drops and then I win. Oh, dreidel, 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 I made it out of clay. And when it's dry and ready, then dreidel I shall play. Spin a happy game of dreidel. Come play now, let's begin. Oh, dreidel, 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 I made it out of clay. And when it's dry and ready, then dreidel I shall play. Oh, dreidel, 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 I made it out of clay. And when it's dry and ready, then dreidel I shall play.
Hello, welcome to Made by Jim Bob. Today, as promised, is a stream about dispensationalism. We're going to go through the history of it, what it is, what it's not, its effects on policy, its effects on modern theology, and so on and so on and so on. We have the privilege of having Posh Redneck jump on, as well as Mr. JayDyer. Low volume for me. I'm low volume. Oh, hold on. Okay, hold on. Here we go. How's that? Is that better? Okay. Stop. Hold on. Is that good? All right. That should be good. My volume? Is this good? Okay, good. That's good. All right. So yeah, we'll have JayDyer on. He's coming off a debate 2-on-2. Thought that was a pretty good debate. You know, my position is I think the best debate in regards to Islam and Christianity is, in fact, whether or not they're compatible in the culture wars, because that's how Islam is tying into modern politics and culture, is that, the Sneakos are selling, oh, we got to unite. The John Zerkas are selling, let's unite. We got to fight the demons. And we're like, we don't even have the same demonology, brah. So hopefully that comes down the line. So Posh, I don't know if you're in the chat or setting up your computer or skinning a weasel. Jay will be a little late, and that's fine, because we're going to introduce these concepts. Start with some of their roots, their origins. Question whether or not there are previous origins that these are tying off of. I don't know. We'll see. So, Posh, he's probably restarting his computer. His computer probably looks like an old lawnmower where you have to pull the string. So we'll check out about that. But, we could, how can Islam save us from degenerate? Yeah. Well, it can't. Yeah, jump on now, Posh. We'll get into it. I think dispensationalism is, from my view, it's one of the most overlooked problems in the world. That's a big statement. I think it's one of the most overlooked paradigms, and it's so influential, and everyone's confused. So many people are confused. It affects people who, quote, call themselves Christians. It affects non-Christians' view of certain policies, certain geopolitics. It's so influential, and yet it's sort of like this floating, I don't even know. It's like a floating infection. Boomers especially. Yeah, boomers especially. Absolutely. The boomers love it. I mean, I even have like a clip. This is the boomer response. I mean, this is basically what it looks like.
Clear. Let me make it clear. Israel is our ally, will always be our ally.
Even if they commit war
and they are
crimes,
not
even
guilty
with-
of genocide, and I
Why?
will support Israel forever.
You will
So Israel will stay your ally even though they commit
Israel will be
genocide.
my-
Even
That's
with that.
your term. I will always support
Ah.
Israel, and you can tell the Palestinians I will
I
never
am a
support
Palestinian
them.
myself.
And I will always support you. I will always love you. I bet you didn't think you were going to get one of those today. But you did know you were going to get one of these. Hello, Posh.
Hello.
Welcome to the show. Long time no see. Cheers. I'm gonna cheers your cigarette there.
We're already starting with the beers. Okay.
Yeah, I need to start already. I'll be talking.
I'll
the
be
least
finishing my
amount.
coffee first and then
Yeah.
start with it.
Yeah. Now I have to make an intro for Jay because, like, if he keeps coming back to the stream, I'm gonna have to make my own intro. Do you have any ideas if I make an intro for Jay? I mean,
I'll have to give it
cringecore,
some thought. Immediately I think like banjos and stuff.
banjos. Yeah.
I have one of those giant XXX, jugs.
Yeah. Yeah. Or just a montage of him sighing and saying, like, all right, I'm done with this.
Teleological.
Yeah. You're goofy. Just hanging up on people.
Unmute, bro.
So yeah, we're gonna get started without Jay. He'll be here shortly, but before we get into it, is there anything you want to say generally about the topic alone? Anything you want to say generally speaking about it?
About dispensationalism.
Yeah.
So it is basically a nexus of everything wrong with Protestantism, including as we go through its history early on, the differences between. But I heard from a little birdie that Posh absolutely adores.
I told the Discord how to provoke you, unfortunately. So now they know. Okay, go on. Dispensationalism is.
Dispensationalism is. That's my best Pearl impression.
That's pretty good. Actually, the best Pearl impression you have is just talk normally, just without the British accent.
That's Stefan Molyneux, as was established previously. But if I get like 10 beers in, then maybe, we can have cognitive deterioration to that point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But as I was saying, like when we get to more specifics, more with specifics like Darby versus Newton, about pre-trib rapture, and the critique of pre-tribulation rapture is no one has ever thought this before. And McIntosh, one of the disciples of Darby, says, well, it doesn't matter that even if never in history, two or more were gathered in Jesus' name, that is what the word says, So it's always this standalone interpretive schema that you can butcher into whatever the bloody hell you'd like.
Yeah.
And not to mention all the emotional hype, all the apocalypticism, all the irrationalism, etc., etc.
Yeah, the question I was going to ask you, or
that
Jay,
means Republic of Serbia. RS.
Sure. Oh, okay, got you. Good. Represent. What's up, Nada? Yeah, I was going to ask: is it just out of the blue one of these, these views that just get constructed and then it borrows some crappy biblical hermeneutics, or is it something that's downstream from some bigger problems like a heresy or something? Is there something more foundational underneath it, or do you think it spawns sort of creatively, like someone changing the blocks around?
Well, the great thing that Jay will be here is that he gets the documents.
He's got the documents. Yeah.
I don't know how to even research that properly with these types of questions. He does. So we'll have to ask him how much, we can see some type of direct influence. But when you ask me, was this like the work of the nasally endowed? I told you, yeah, I told you, racialism in this sense was very prevalent in the 18th and the 19th century and in the beginning of the 20th. The whole eugenics program in the United States, for people who are like Wigginots in America, who want to create the category of white. People need to understand that for the American founding fathers, the Nordics were swarthy. So the Chad Norwegian Vikings might as well have been Sudanese. But it was racial thinking throughout, which is completely foreign to the ancient world.
Right.
Genetics had only started to crop up as a proper science and not recognizing basic patterns. This person looks like their father, this one like their mother, this one like their grandfather, etc. Just basic pattern recognition. There was no ability to even discern properly how it works on a mechanical level. Obviously, you don't get DNA until the 1950s, so I'm not even talking about that. But that's part of the paradigm that's going to influence this reading of Israel as a separate thing from the church, and Israel as a genetic entity, not as a spiritual religious entity. We hear like ethno-religious group. There are ethno-religious group in the modern sense, even back then. Some Zoroastrianism has certain strains that go that way. The Yazidis think that way. The Druze who are technically some type of Arabic, but they also have this component of you can't convert into it, you need to be born into it. And even with Judaism, with all types of different sects, those who say you can't convert, those who say you can convert, and when you do, somehow ontologically you are changed into a Jew. And obviously those who are so liberal that nothing matters, but even then those liberals are actually more in line with the biblical understanding of things. But that's the reason I'm saying all of this is that you don't always need to have a surreptitious element. The PN.
Posh, one thing I want to ask you about that is that noticing the genetic aspect and trying to isolate that as some sort of meaningful category biblically, that makes sense. Wouldn't that make sense that they would then extend that to a location to connect to that genetic identity? But that's not to say that the location Israel doesn't matter biblically, right? That just it's a tying together that is unnecessary. That's incorrect. Is that fair to say?
Well, the thing is, even with the genetic the imputation of modern genetic understanding, your nose grows. All of a sudden, you're good with money.
Posh, we're trying to keep this stream up after so people learn about dispensationalism.
I don't know. Better to have it break down before Jay gets here.
That's true. That's true. So he walks into it's already a disaster and it's not his fault.
He thinks we're snubbing him. Meanwhile, we've been nuked off of everything. You have to write him like a handwritten letter.
Yeah. Okay. So there's the location distinction, and then there's the church distinction, but the genetic extinction.
You're like half a can in.
The genetic distinction plays more to the geographic distinction and merging them as opposed to the biblical. It like favors one over the other.
Yes, the problem being that Israel, even if you take it, read back into it, genetics, you have the promised land, but it was never really very well concentrated there, except for a very short period of time. And even then, very quickly, I mean, let's start from King Saul, right, as the established kingdom. We have the judges, obviously, most of them horrible, for good reason, for those who want to say, oh, it's a treason to want a king. Yeah, not much better before it. But very quickly you get like King David, the problems he has, and then the redemption arc, obviously. Then we get King Solomon, who builds temples to demons for his many wives, as a means of appeasement and diplomatic, gestures, let's say, towards surrounding kingdoms. He builds the temple, dedicates it poorly, etc. I shouldn't get into details, I'll get lost. But, repents later on. That's why he's a saint in the church. That's where we get Ecclesiastes and Proverbs, those great pieces of work are part of the redemption. But then we get very quickly the splitting of the kingdom. We get the northern kingdom of Israel and southern kingdom of Judah. And I explained this on this channel as well. Like the northern kingdom is wiped out. That's about 10 and a half tribes gone. And I mean eliminated by the Assyrians, because that's what the Assyrians do. If you surrender, they empty out the city, spread out the population throughout the empire, and then bring people from throughout the empire to the location. If you don't surrender, they make a festival, just it was gory, outrageously vile and violent means of execution and humiliation of the population, making banners of their skins and different piles of heads, including for children, and then use that as
that's weird. Those are the thoughts I have when I watch the whatever podcast or the host. Posh, I want to just go back to something so we don't lose the audience on the fundamental distinction that dispensationalism itself is sort of the dividing up of the chronology of Christianity in time through sections, correct?
Yes.
And because of that, the attempt is now to point to any given section and say that's complete or near complete or yet to come, right? Generally speaking, that's kind of what the gist is.
Kind of, yes, because it's not over yet. But a dispensation is basically a prevailing paradigm in a particular time. That's outside of dispensationalism. The time you will hear dispensation is the phrase special dispensation, which is, some type of exemption, some type of granted right due to certain extraneous circumstances. But it's a certain paradigm, right? Prevailing for a time. And with the dispensationalism, we get all types of divisions. I don't think these are necessary for the purposes of this stream, with ultra dispensationalism, hyper dispensationalism, liberal or progressive dispensationalism, etc. They have different worldviews. When you get the church, traditionally it's Pentecost, others would go with conversion of Paul, etc. And they have their arguments. It's unimportant when Jay gets here. We'll talk about. They believe, one of the reasons they believe that church and Israel aren't comparable, or you can't say that the church is the new Israel, is because they believe that the church, the word itself, starts with the New Testament. And that's just not true. Sure, you get a certain type of special use, but that's because now we're starting to write in Greek. But when you read the translations, like the Septuagint, the word ecclesia is used. Because the word church means the gathering place, right? Or in other words, a congregation. Now, this is a proper proper noun, so it's not like a place where we gather. To explain it to people, I say, okay, we can call this stream, we can call it a congress because we all came together, but that doesn't mean we get to pass laws, either on a state or a federal level in the United States. And no one would think that because it would be on its face ridiculous that, okay, anytime two people gather now they're a congress and they get to pass laws. No. Same thing with the church. But you see this type of simplicity, as I said, that's why it's such a nexus of Protestant problems, and with methodology in particular, is that you can't really correct them because they only take corrections from the scriptures which they themselves interpret and call obvious.
Darby, Keenan499, thank you. He said, didn't Darby also split the Bible into different sections as well? Certain verses, books for the bagels and for the Christians. Yeah, we're going to get into Darby. That's a good, actually, point here. You can answer that as we bring this up, Posh. What exactly did Darby do? We'll actually get into it. There's a little short section I'll play, in fact, for answering. But for those of you who don't know, Darby is, I guess, we could say the origin. That's why I asked Posh, is there something that he's leaning on that with certain actors or certain proponents he's relying on to make this work? But most people historically just kind of go to Darby as an arbitrary starting point. I wouldn't call it fully arbitrary.
You could call it like, you can say a lot of influence from like early Anabaptists.
Okay.
They have that fanaticism. They have that idea of, the apocalypse is coming. Everything is imminent. Don't ask a woman her age, a man his salary, and a dispensationalist what imminent means, I suppose. So it's you can say that there are certain antecedents, but then so much of it is very peculiar to dispensationalism that I can't say it's some type of direct offspring. It's just that there is a strain of thought in certain Protestant branches that could influence. Yeah,
we could say it's just another predictable offshoot of the rejecting church authority and historicity. I mean, when it comes down to it, right?
You're thrown about with the winds of contemporary thinking.
Sure. So Darby comes before people make reference of the Scofield Bible and all the truthers with their background music, do all the videos and so on. But it starts with this. This guy is a good place to start. Hey, JayDyer, welcome to the stream, man.
Hey, sorry I'm late.
Hey, no problem. We're just getting into it. We're introducing Darby. We were talking about whether or not Darby is leaning on something beforehand that's more foundational, that gives him even the impulse to do such a thing. I guess we just came down to he's just rejecting church authority, and this is what it leads to, right? Is there anything else you want to add?
So I'd like to say to Jay, I mentioned there is Anabaptist influence, and this apocalyptic thinking with people like Mutzker and Muntzer and what's his name, Mathis, and these type of crazy people who go. But I don't think there's like a direct line. So correct me if I'm wrong there.
Well, I have to let you guys know that I went and dug out my
folder of folders.
My actual Scofield Study Bible.
Nice.
It actually has my name emblazoned on it.
Oh, damn.
So I'm here to correct all of your legalistic errors and heresies. So. I even wrote the 5 points of Calvinism at the beginning in case I don't know why I thought I would forget them, but I wrote them.
Dude, that's really good handwriting. What happened?
I did have handwriting back in the day. I don't know what happened.
I was like, wow. Yeah, so is there anything you want to add as far as like, can we start with Darby, or is there something more fundamental that he's leaning on that could be more even ancient or back in time that seems to be a bigger problem that we could even mention? Or is he kind of just going like, you know what, I'm just going to kind of invent off the cuff?
Well, just to hit on that point of rejecting, tradition and church authority, one thing that happens is that the early church, there was a period where there were people who were possibly premillennial and some that were definitely premillennial. So some of the early church fathers, the debate is that some of them were in the 1st and 2nd century. You can debate what exactly they meant, even by citing certain passages. But even if we granted that they were, by the time of the Second Ecumenical Council, when the creed includes the phrase "whose kingdom shall have no end," that's intended in the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed to exclude any form of Chiliasm or literal millennialism. So by the Second Council, this view was basically say, okay, we can't have this. So you're right then to say, Posh, that the first Reformation groups that seem to revive this idea of a literal millennium are the Anabaptists.
Okay, so can you just quickly, without making it too dense, if you could, just distinguish from my own chat the millennialist view or paradigm, the thing that you're referring to, the two of those, so they get a sense of it as we move forward.
So basically, in the latter chapters of the Book of Revelation, there's a passage about the millennium, that when Christ sits on the throne, he will reign for 1,000 years, and then after the 1,000 years, we have this period where there's a brief allowing of Satan to be loosed again, and then you have the final Armageddon, and then the final things where you have the resurrection and the great white throne judgment. So the premillennialists believe that Christ returns before he sets up this earthly, literal 1,000-year millennium. Most of them believe in Israel with an actual newly built temple, etc. And the reason they think that is that they mistakenly have a hermeneutic that thinks that the promises to the Jews have never been fulfilled. And so even though the Messiah came and he was rejected by the Jews still have all their covenant promises waiting for them. And then this other sort of plan B was initiated with the church, the Gentile church. And then at the end of the world, plan A will be fulfilled in this literal millennium. That's kind of the dispensationalist model that we're talking about. Now, nobody in the early church was a dispensationalist, obviously. They all believed that the ones that believed in a millennium, the very few that did, they thought it's just, well, Christ comes back and then he sets up 1,000-year kingdom. I'm not even aware of them thinking that there was a literal temple in Jerusalem that would be rebuilt. The few early church premillennialists just believed that Christ would come back and set up 1,000-year earthly kingdom. There's no rapture. There's none of that. So a couple features that these guys bring that's new to this discussion. By the way, the other position, as you said, the church eventually adopted a non-literal millennial position. So basically the church just said, no, there's no 1,000-year reign on earth. It's a symbolic time frame that the Bible uses 1,000 years in other places as well for just a long time.
Yeah. And
it just signifies the period in which the church is the kingdom of God on earth and Christ reigning through the church. So that's it. No rapture before the tribulation. None of that.
Gotcha. Okay, so we'll go over this, and you guys can stop it. We'll go point by point. If this guy is messing it up or perverting it, just let us know.
Well, I also brought my other premillennial books I found. So
nice.
I have my dictionary of premillennial dispensational theology for you.
Jay, was that a study, a point in time of your study, or you held the view?
No, that's why I had my Schofield Study Bible. Like when I first started reading the Bible when I was like 18 or 19, I went to the Christian bookstore and this was what I got, my Schofield Study Bible.
Just grabbed. So, we got to see the script again though. Can you show that again?
Did you know that what that would mean, or was it like by chance that you got?
No, I just kind of like, I want a Bible. Here's a study Bible. And the thing that appealed to me was, this one deals with like end time stuff, and that's cool.
Yeah. That's a very American thing.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, end times. It's a classic thing to appeal to. By the way, the title is Apocalypse in Space and Time here. So
I'd like to mention before we start, apocalyptic does not mean end times. Apocalyptic or apocalypsis means like revelation. That's why it's called the Book of Revelation or the Apocalypsis. But it means
this book has Darby on the cover. If you notice there, it's got all the characters.
He was big on profile shots. Who made the jump then, Posh, to that etymological problem there between apocalypse and?
I can't tell you because all of these things are so convoluted that you can't really go through.
Some truther though, early truther.
Definitely, but most of them were like the Anabaptists. If you read about them,
OG truthers.
Yeah, I watched a couple of videos on it in preparation for this, and one comment said, before I thought that Anabaptists were terrorists, but now I've changed my mind, and now I think they were Satanist terrorists. So that's basically what happened. You know, they would start running naked through the streets, you know, starting wars, constantly trying to like light the fuse of the end times, because they were obsessed with this apocalypse. And I personally believe that they, because of the content of the book of Revelation, they started associating the term apocalyptic with the end times. Now, the book of Revelation isn't just about the end times. It does contain that, but it's about a lot more. Like the 7 churches that are described, you know, they were historical churches with historical problems in the time of the life of St. John. So it's this type of retroactive reading back into it. But that, again, you see it here. Like, if you want to use an A word for the end times, use Armageddon. You know, don't. But that there's no book of Armageddon, so that really ruins it. And again, it's so fun. It's like why people like learning about demonology and angelology. It's fun. It's got a pizzazz.
And it applies to a very modern take of politics, because you can kind of transpose the apocalyptic, wrongly use of the word, as you stated, view onto politics that, and then you start to see these people use sort of a similar accelerationist view where, well, let's contrive the end. Let's just force the end of the structure. Let's take down governments. Let's get back to the land, bro. This kind of view. And it's very, it's parallel. It's not identical, but it's certainly parallel.
So just to say what apocalypse means, it means this overall view of history from like a heavenly perspective. The book of Daniel is apocalyptic in a lot of ways. There's also different types of apocalyptic literature throughout the Old Testament. So that's what it means.
Gotcha.
Just to clear, I'm not just saying it doesn't mean end times. I'm telling you why it's translated as Revelation. Literally means to lift up a veil.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I'm going to play this little bullet point here, and we can comment. You can tell me to stop whenever.
This is followed, he says, by conscience, after the fall, but before the flood. From the flood until the call of Abraham, what he calls civil government. This is followed by the patriarchal period, Genesis chapter 12 through Exodus 19, in which the patriarchs Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and so on, become the centerpiece of God's redemptive activity. With Moses, we have a new dispensation called law. It begins with the 10 Commandments, continues until the period of the church. The church is called the age of grace. We are living in the church age. It will continue to an indeterminate time in the future, at which point there will be what was called the rapture. The rapture removes the church from the world and gives birth to, then, finally, the kingdom. The kingdom is a millennial kingdom in which Christ is ruling in a political sort of way from Jerusalem over the peoples of the entire world.
All right, let's stop there. I just want to look at the picture. I mean, if he was trying to sell this, that is the worst picture to sell. If that guy was looking at me like that, trying to sell this to me, that picture on the right, like, I'm out of here.
Pizzazz going on there.
Yeah, he's giving us, what do the kids call it? Yeah, a little pizzazz or whatever.
Yeah, like a shoulder drop, you know.
He's like, honey, you have no idea what you're in for. Is there anything you want to comment on here? Because this seems to be what we're saying is that, you know, you divide into these sections, and then obviously each section you're going to look into some, you're going to assign some perverse interpretation anyway. So the question I have is, from a Orthodox view, let's say, are things divided at all similarly, and they're just misreading, or you just don't do this at all?
We don't do this. I
Okay.
mean, sure, you can say innocence is part of the Genesis. That's part of how Satan tricks Adam and Eve. It's not that he, somehow tricked them into greed or whatever. They were still very new. So he uses this innocence against them. I guess you could call it that. That's something
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the reason I ask is because we're doing a critique from a specific view, and a lot of people watching me, a percent always say, "Well, you guys do that or they do this." I just want to cover that in advance.
Yeah, I'd like to touch on that because
Sure.
Back when I was a dispensationalist, the thing that got me out of it was beginning to look at the way that the New Testament treated the Old. And then I got into what's called covenant theology, which I think is way more biblical. And this is the idea that God relates to mankind historically through a series of covenants. And it's odd that, I mean, why wouldn't the dispensationalists want to use the thing that the Bible itself says is how we relate to God, which is a covenant relationship? And in those covenant relationships, the way there's kind of a similar pattern or structure to all biblical covenants. A lot of theologians have noted this over the years, whether Protestant or non-Protestant. But so basically, so to the comment, it's not exactly covenant theology, because what they're doing is they're saying that in these dispensations, the way that you're saved and the way that you have a relationship with God changes. It's different. And that's not covenant theology. Covenant theology says there's a unified pattern to these covenants. They're all essentially one covenant. Dispensationalists do not believe that it's all one covenant. In fact, many of them are dual covenant believers. They believe that there's a covenant for the Jews and this other covenant thing for Gentiles, which is totally different from all these previous covenants in the past with Noah or whoever. So it's a really janky, like whack type of anti-covenant theology. It's the very opposite of what Orthodox or even most Protestants would believe about the Old Testament covenant.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
so there are similarities with viewing it, with the covenantal theology, but they loathe each other, covenantalists and dispensationalists. As I said, in the beginning, a dispensation is a prevailing type of order or rules or whatever. It's almost like imposed, but there's also no interaction, right? There's just things are playing out, which again plays into different types of Protestant strains of thought. Protestants not big on free will and stuff is going to play into it. But you can't say it's like covenant theology. As far as back to our timeline as described here, they basically just pick an event that's important and then say, oh, this is like a carve out. This is a specific dispensation.
So
Now,
9/11 could very well be if Darby existed today, right?
Yeah. So,
The moon landing.
Joking.
Yeah.
Okay, that might be more joking, but 9/11 would definitely be one.
Sure.
But as far as these types of events, the problem isn't that you can't, just set about, okay, let's view this period here in this manner. The problem is that you carve it out, as I said. It sort of becomes like self-subsistent, like it has aseity. And the problem with that is, like throughout history, how do we define the Middle Ages? And usually we would say, from the fall of the Western Roman Empire, to either the fall of Constantinople or the discovery of America. That's the general timeline. But that does not mean that all of a sudden, like in strategy games, like advance a period, and now all of your soldiers turn from like Roman legionnaires to like knights and something. Things don't change that sharply. And but in dispensationalism, you do have these sharp edges, and they view it as separate things. And as Jay said, covenantalists do not.
Yeah, it's very romantic looking. It's like if you were to remove the Genesis and all these biblical references and just kept these bullet points, I wouldn't know if you're looking at the chapters of a comic book or a romance novel or something. Like it could be. It's almost like that's the impulse is to sort of categorize it in this way that's more reduced, so that people sort of experience it like they're in this storyline. Like what chapter are we in? Right, from that view, and that seems to be kind of a problem in itself, to assume that you have the knowledge of what chapter you're in, right? Jay, you're unmute, bro. Unmute, bro.
Every covenant that God makes with man, and by the way, you'll notice to the structure of covenants is that they begin with Adam, and then it moves to a family with Noah, and then it moves to a tribe with Abraham, and then it moves to a nation. With Moses, then it moves to the kingly covenant with David, and then we have the final covenant with the Messiah. So there's a logical structure to the movement of the covenants. There's no logical structure to this arbitrary ad hoc system. And furthermore, each covenant in the scriptures, even for example, Abrahamic covenant, it includes stipulations. So you'll have these sort of statements of the vassal to the covenant people. The stipulations are given, and there's also promises. So every covenant includes promises, grace, and stipulations or laws. Even with even with Abraham, if you look in 22, God makes the stipulation that you have to obey his statutes, his decrees, his commands. So they'll often try to say there's no law or stipulations in the Abrahamic covenant, but in Genesis 22, when God repeats it, there is law and stipulation. There's law and stipulation in the covenant with Adam, right? Be faithful, don't eat of that tree, etc. When Adam sinned, he broke essentially all the 10 commandments. And so they fundamentally misunderstand that there's always grace, there's always stipulation. Even the Mosaic covenant includes grace too. So that right there is a total destruction of the whole presupposition of covenant of dispensationalism.
That's interesting, because I mean, it's not exactly the same, but it did remind me of like an Orthodox view of being saved, having been saved, and will be saved, versus I got my stamp saved. It's like a similar error, but just not as a big magnitude, I guess, or how they're doing it here. You're saying that a lot of these titles or things would exist in all of these chapters in some way. So to divide them and assume they're non-existent previously is silly. So I don't know how. My question is, how did you get away with this? Is it because it was just an absence of church authority in Western modern culture of this time, relatively modern, that they just didn't catch it?
I would say there's kind of a long tradition already in the West, especially in England, of Protestant assumptions. So, from the time of Henry VIII and the Anglican Church, in the UK, you've already kind of got a few generations, a few centuries of these Protestant assumptions. And so these people are kind of like, oh, look what we've discovered. And they're basing it on the fact that, you already had probably, I think, a few Anglican ministers who were pretty famous prior to this who were premillennialists. So I think there was a few popular Anglican theologians before Darby and these guys who were premillennial. So they were probably working with some of that and saying, well, he's premillennial, but he's not consistent enough because he's not understanding that, God's got these different plans. And then I think there's also a geopolitical motive, which we'll get to here in a moment.
Yeah. At the time, right?
I'd like to say that among the reformers, you had people who had outright hostility towards Mosaic law because they separated so much from, we are saved by grace, and back then you were saved by works. Again, basic illiteracy in terms of understanding scripture. But I believe Luther said that he would punch Moses.
Exactly.
Yeah, because he demanded so much works. I don't know how that works with sola scriptura. Like Moses felt like putting all of these.
Well, I read a lot of Luther. I had a Luther phase. I read a lot of Luther, and what he says is that, well, what counts as scripture is what preaches the word of God. What preaches the word of God is what preaches the gospel of grace. So essentially, whatever Luther thinks is consistent.
So he wanted to punch Moses for abiding by works, like highlighting
for
works.
demanding it.
Oh, demanding. Well, that's funny because that would be a work. That would be like a work to punch him. Like that would be a good deed in action from his view.
But even if he didn't see it as a good deed, he would have to punch God in the face.
Right? Yeah.
Like we make fun of people
So
who are like, we no pictures, no that, this or that. That's all idolatry, Okay, I tell them, okay, go back to when they were building, the tabernacle and the ark, or later on the temple, and go tell Moses he's an idolater, and he'll tell you, but God told me to do this. Well, then God is an idolater because God doesn't preach iconoclasm or something like that. But it's these things are read retroactively into the Bible. It's the definition of eisegesis, which they constantly complain about everyone else doing, and the dispensationalists specifically are so obsessed with saying that any different reading of the Bible requires like a film to be put over the Bible, like some interpretive schema has to be imposed. But this is the clear teaching of scriptures, and as Jay mentioned, like Word of God, and I keep arguing with Protestants on Twitter. Word of God in the scriptures never refers to the scriptures.
Right.
It always means the second person of the Godhead, the Word of God, Jesus. Yeah. And especially to illustrate it, I mentioned the beginning of the book of Jeremiah. It says the Word of God places his finger on my lips. It's not, unless it's some type of origami or like papyrus with words written on it in Hebrew. No, it's a person. It's a guy. It's a guy when it's with Abraham, and he recognizes him physically with the two angels. It's not this ethereal, disembodied voice. So they also abuse the term Word of God. And then to this day, Protestants still say Word of God means the Bible, and it interpreted like, faith comes from hearing and hearing from the Word of God. They interpret that as, scripture readings or something.
Yeah. Keep going a couple of seconds. I'm going to bring up a meme that really embodies this problem real quick.
Okay, no problem.
Personally,
if I can do something, I can. Sorry?
I would disagree a little bit there. I'm not trying to cause a dissension or anything like that. But I think if you read Psalm 119, which is the Masoret, I think it's 118, there's a lot of references in there to the law, and it's identified also as word. And I think there it is talking about the written text. So I don't see necessarily a problem with at times identifying the written text as the Word of God in a limited sense, because as Maximus says, the content of the Word of God, the content of the Scriptures is the same as the content of anything else about divine revelation, which is just the logi. So if we understand that it's not the Bible that is technically speaking the living person of the Word, but in a limited sense, you could call it the law of God or the Word of God, as that psalm does. It's just referring to the message or the content, which is ultimately Christ. And that's relevant for dispensationalism because there's another key hermeneutical mistake that they make, which is that dispensationalists think that the Old Testament is not primarily about Christ. This is huge because all of those promises that they see in Genesis to Abraham, to the seed, to the nation, that he will make them as the sand of the sea, the stars of heaven, they see that as still promises to literal flesh Israel. And so if you don't have a Christological hermeneutic of the Old Testament, you're going to fall into dispensationalism because they don't believe that the gospel was taught in the Old Testament. That's why we say, as Paul says in Galatians 3 and 4, Romans 4, and Hebrews 4, that the gospel was preached to Abraham and to the Jews in the wilderness. No dispensationalist can say that or believes that. So it's crucial that they have this rigid, what's called only grammatical historical interpretation of the Old Testament. No emphasis on Christology. They'll admit a few messianic prophecies like Psalm 22 or whatever, but they will not admit that there is a presentation of the gospel in the Old Testament. They would be really confused, I think, about theophanies or the idea that the Trinity is in the Old Testament. All of this would confuse them. So they have this Unitarian idea of the Old Testament, which is what many other people have.
Yeah, and Galatians 3:29 specifically says those who belong to Christ are the seeds of Abraham and heirs to the promise. And that goes with what we were saying before you jumped on, Jay, that all of this genetic or racial, ethnic view, that is very prevalent in dispensationalism and basically a necessary prerequisite for the Zionist aspects of it are a product of modern understanding of ethnicity and genetics. And
just that phrase, the gospel was preached to Abraham from Galatians 3, and the gospel was preached to the Jews in the wilderness, Hebrews 4. Just that phrase, no dispensationalist could ever no, there's no gospel preached during the era of promise or law.
Yeah, because it wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, I wanted to show this meme because obviously from this person's view who posted this, they could swap out Catholic with Orthodoxy here. But it's got the Bible looking at the boyfriend who's checking out church history. Well, this is so stupid, it's actually a cell phone because the Catholics would be people and men and the church history would be men. And that would require mind and interpretation and views. The Bible is presented as a person, as a being, as a mind, as some sort of entity. And that's ironic. Unironically, they posted this and they don't understand the problem here, that from their view, that is the problem, that the Bible isn't a being. There is no personhood of the Bible as an object with words in it. And they do fundamentally kind of turn the Bible into the fourth person in a weird, perverted way.
Throwback to yesterday's debate about
by the way, good job
interceding. I make the same claim, critique about when they say faith saves, they're almost like treated like an entity.
Right,
there's like furies in like Roman mythology, there are these spirits called furies. They're female spirits, and they go and possess people who do something wrong, and then you become furious, right? And apparently they see faith as that, you get this spirit called faith, and then it acts in your stead.
You sure it's not, Pasha, you sure it's not furries?
There are no female furries. It's all degenerate homos.
All right, I want to move along here because I do want to get especially to the cultural aspect that Jay was pointing to, that we're going to get to, because that's really, I think, is really the impactful part of this. Like, obviously the education of this is important, but how it impacts modern policy, geopolitics, which Jay is specialized in. I really want to get into that. So I want to move through this little overview, get a grasp of it. We don't have to go too far in. If you guys think there's something we should cover before we get into the geopolitical, Jay, let me know.
Will we be transitioning totally out of the theology stuff?
No, if you want to cover theology, but also cover it as we go into geopolitics, I think it's still relevant because a lot of these evangelicals, I guess, or maybe others you want to include, all of their patterns and their voicing of what we should do in politics and Israel and all these stances are really, wouldn't you say, largely informed by this broken theology, whether they even know it or not?
No, this is completely dominated, the American evangelical mindset, which is actually now spilled over into Protestant, Catholic, and even sometimes Orthodox mindsets. They get this, they get tainted with this idea that somehow a lot of this gibberish theology is somehow correct, and we still gotta honor this stuff happening in the Middle East or whatever. I do want to add real quick that in Genesis 17, for example, this is another way to easily just refute this stuff. When Abraham was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to Abraham and said, I am God Almighty, walk before me and be blameless, and I will make my covenant with you. So there's a promise, but there's the stipulation, walk before me and be blameless. So even the Abrahamic covenant is not a covenant where there are no stipulations, right? Mm-hmm. And then, at the end of Galatians, another thing that easily refutes this is at the very end of Galatians, Paul calls the church the Israel of God in Galatians 6:16. No dispensationalist could understand the church to be the Israel of God, right? So again, with Jesus in the parables, when he says that the kingdom of God will be taken from you, Jews, and given to a nation producing the fruit thereof, their nation stands for the Gentile nations. So it doesn't mean the Jews can't be saved, but it means that the national covenant with Israel is no longer going to be mainly about Israel. It's it's going to be opened up to the Gentiles. And if a Jew wants to be part of the covenant, they have to become a Christian. That's it.
Yeah.
What would they say to that,
St. Paul
Jay?
says that those who follow the faith of Christ, they are seed of Isaac, and the physical, I think he calls it Israel of the flesh, would be like Ishmaelites, because, and for those of you who need reminding, we have Ishmael. Sorry, I'm mixing up my languages. Ishmael, who is the son of Abraham through Hagar, his servant woman. And God says, no, it has to be with Sarah. That's why he's called Isaac, which means laughter, because she laughed when God said that they will have a child in their very, very advanced age. And even though there is a blessing that is still given to Hagar and Ishmael, and that's not Islam, by the way. There are people who claim that they would say Ismail, that's how they would connect a lot of things, or attempt to connect it to the Bible, right? But St. Paul himself very distinctly says that no. The Israel is the people of Christ, not some genetic thing. And as Christ himself says, God can make children of Abraham out of stones. He doesn't need any of this. That's a message throughout the Bible. You can't really bribe God. So, good luck.
Yeah. And again, like that text, the kingdom of God will be taken from you in Matthew 21. That whole parable, thank you, is about the fact that the Jews had failed at what was essentially their covenant mission, which was to produce the Messiah and then share him with the world. They failed because they intended to kill him, but ultimately in divine providence, and also by the prophecies which the Jews and even the apostles of the first century had misunderstood until Christ reveals it to them after the resurrection in Luke 24. They lost those promises and were divorced. This fulfills the promises in Hosea, the prophecies in other places in Jeremiah, where it's talking about God giving Israel a writ of divorce, a bill of divorce, because of the culmination of their sins. Matthew 23, Jesus says, all of the things written in the prophets, the vengeance of all of those periods will come upon this generation. Talking about his day, Matthew 23, because of their crucifixion of the Messiah. That's the culmination of their sins. We have this passage, for example, in Genesis, where God says they fill up the measure of their sins, talking in that passage about the Egyptians. Here we're saying, basically saying that when the Jews fill up the measure of their sins in the death of Christ, then the covenant will be opened, the bill of divorce given to national Israel, and the marriage to the bride, the Lamb. So God finds a bride, which is not the adulterous Israel. It is the church. The church is his bride.
Also, the cursing of the fig tree is part of this divorce.
So many of those some of those parables only make sense in this context. And the last thing I'll say is that the teaching of Athanasius, Cyril of Alexandria, John Chrysostom very clearly in his homilies on Matthew 24, even Origen, the tendency is to be partial preterist. What's funny?
No, it froze for a second.
No, I'm laughing because thinking of pro-Zionist ideas in St. John Chrysostom, not doesn't work that way.
Yeah, he's not very amenable to those ideas.
Oh yeah, we shan't quote him on these.
Yeah, not on YouTube. Right? Anyway, so partial preterism is the idea that a lot of what's happening in the book of Revelation in Matthew 24 and Luke 21 is the 70 AD destruction of the temple. It doesn't mean everything is. That's called full preterism. That's a heresy. That they believe that even the bodily resurrection has happened, which is stupid. But I did want to mention really quick, there are some great books on this that have been around for a long time. Kenneth Gentry has his THD dissertation called Before Jerusalem Fell, which is a really good book. All of these, by the way, refute dispensationalism. David Chilton has a classic commentary. He was almost going to become Orthodox before he died. He was on his way, and it's called Days of Vengeance. It's a chapter by chapter commentary on the book of Revelation. It's really good. It's been now superseded because people in his circles, like, I don't know if you guys know who Peter Lightheart is. He's another person who's, even though he's Anglicanish Protestant, they've been borrowing from Orthodoxy for the last 20 or 30 years. So this is the Doug Wilson circles. Lightheart just put out a new 2-volume commentary on the Book of Revelation from this vantage point. So I haven't read it yet. I just got it. I think it's going to be good. There's another. This is a Methodist guy who was anti-dispensationalist, and he wrote a commentary on a lot of biblical apocalyptics. So it's actually Milton Terry's biblical apocalyptics. It's actually a good refutation of dispensationalism. A couple more really quick ones. This is another Protestant minister who was anti-dispensationalist. He wrote a book called Destruction of Jerusalem, George Peter Holford. So even the Protestants, ironically, after the advent of dispensationalism, even the Protestants were like on this, refuting it. And some of their books are pretty good refutations. David Chilton has another little book called Great Tribulation, which is good. So if anybody's looking for like a thorough sort of like immediate treatment, even Bahnsen has a book. I'm not going to recommend his theology per se, but he has a good critique of this called House Divided, I think is what it's called.
Interesting.
So
yeah,
even the Protestants have been all over this.
Yeah. You talked about motivation a little bit. Well, today it's obvious. Everybody's talking points. We can get into the motivation today of holding this view or even a partial view of dispensationalism. But at the time, could we say that there's a motivation here, or could we split motivation with just crappy, hermeneutics and just adding all of this interpretation? Like, is it like, what I'm asking is how much of it is like sort of an innocent, ignorant impulse versus is there some political motivation that can be talked about at this time with the guy on the screen, the guy on the right there with the weird look? Is there a motivation at the time?
I would say we could point to a motivation. Who's that guy that became Orthodox? He's put the most time into studying this topic. I'm trying to think. He wrote a book on the CFR. I'm trying to think of that guy. Perloff. James Perloff has researched this a whole lot. He ended up converting to Orthodoxy a couple of years ago. So I don't know if he's written on this or if he's going to write on this, but he's the first to really talk about kind of the timing of this in regard to the nation state of Israel, right? So the modern founding of it. So the Scofield Study Bible comes out in 1909 from Oxford, right? And if you follow the Quigley material, we know that the Oxford circles, Cambridge, Eton, these are all the upper, what's called Cliveden set, the Astors, the Milner, Fabian, Ralph Child circles. We know that they had a plan via Balfour, the Balfour Declaration, to set up this new nation state. It makes absolutely perfect sense that they would want to promote through this study Bible, right? This to prep people for, if it comes out in 1909, right? To prep people for a few years later, the establishment of the nation state of Israel.
It's like the PNAC. It's like the Project for a New American Century, but with church.
Like a crappy PNAC study Bible.
Right.
I mean, Scofield Bible produced originally by the Oxford University Press. Very, very suspicious immediately. I just think of accents like mine, but not taught but grown up with, and I immediately think, oh God, something's afoot, something very vile and planned for a century in advance.
So you can see the first issue came out in 1909.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay, but Jay, how about when this guy was doing all of his work in his closet? Is there motive before that? Is there some influence there? If we go even back further, like when this is all getting sort of like, cobbled together?
There could be. Perloff would probably be the person to go to on that.
Okay.
I'm personally unaware of any, but as I said, they have this idea that church is a New Testament thing, the term itself, but that's ridiculous. The term, as I said, ecclesia, exists in the Septuagint. Congregation of Israel is in English rendered as congregation, but then church is rendered as church.
Paul uses the phrase the ecclesia in the wilderness.
Yeah,
the church.
Yeah. So there is a linguistic difference, if your main resource isn't the Septuagint. But even then, you have to consciously translate them differently. As much as I don't understand why the book of Joshua is called the book of Joshua, but Jesus is called Jesus, and why no one decided to align them like it would be in Greek or in Serbian, called the book of Joshua, Knjiga Isusa Navina, son of Navi, and it's Jesus. But the same way, then people don't make that connection because it's not that obvious that Joshua and Jesus are the same name. You have to analyze it. So to a layperson, it would be, it would seem like you're trying to pull something on them.
There's an interesting section here in the Premillennial Study Bible on the life and history of John Nelson Darby. And one thing it notes is that early on, from 1827 to 33, Darby's Ecclesiology and Eschatology underwent a reformation. He was disenchanted with the relationship of church and state in England. He addressed these early writings to the fact that the church was a heavenly institution. He then garnered around himself a bunch of like-minded people for Bible studies in houses without ritual and hierarchy. So it seems like from the early outset, it's just church and state shouldn't be together. Church is a, quote, heavenly thing. I'm going to start having, home Bible studies.
Yeah, it's just a rejection and a rebellion of authority. Just like the modern era, it's just like, what follows can be a bunch of garbage, right, in any direction. But it seems like the foundation every time is always the first thing is like, I'm going to reject authority. I'm going to reject hierarchy. I'm going to reject church tradition, authority, historicity, all of these things. I'm going to make my own stuff. And really, he's like the modern. I mean, I'm going to call these truth-retards Darbys now because it's the same. It really is the same thing. It's just like a different take, but really the impulse is just the same thing every time. I don't need a church. I have a fire pit, Jay. Who are you going to tell me my fire pit doesn't do the job, Jay?
Interesting little side tidbit. Do you know who else was raised Plymouth Brethren? Another most famous person in the world.
Elon Musk?
Crowley. Yeah.
Crowley, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but you get raised in these horrid, ridiculous cults, and then, you end up all messed up. Shocker.
Exactly.
But I wanted to mention that Darby, not only is it not like a simple rejection of like sacerdotal priesthood or ecclesiastical authority, adherence or even promotion of such authority he saw as basically treason and blasphemy. So it is like you go and kiss the hand of some weird bearded guy in a dress, like that's basically the level of his rebellion. But that also means you get full lateral and horizontal freedom to interpret things the way you want.
Here's an interesting piece of the puzzle that might help. This is a person I'd never heard of. It was while Darby was at Trinity College that he came under the influence of a theologian by the name of Professor Richard Graves, who happened to be an advocate for Judaism and Jewish people in the British Empire. Graves believed that through the conversion of Israel, it would bring about the end of the world. It would usher in the end of the world, and that a Gentile parenthesis had existed since the Jews had rejected the Messiah. So here's the origins, is from this person called Professor Richard Graves. So I'm not familiar with him, but he would probably be the key character here.
Posh did say Jay will come with the folders, and you did. You came through. Now I came with
an actual Schofield Study Bible with my name on it. Bro.
Yeah, with your name, gold leaf, JayDyer,
golden crusted.
Golden crusted.
This is interesting. You said that there is even a connection to rejecting Christ as God, as the Messiah, because the starting point of rejecting Christ as the Messiah basically necessitates a view that you could invent a new future to live into that you're waiting for. So it does make sense that any kind of rejection of Christ would allow for, like Posh said, horizontal, vertical building.
And also remember, based on that scheme that you have there, if you can be saved in different ways in the Old Testament or in that period, there's no reason why you can't be saved in other ways now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there could be a
Especially
separate way to be saved for
the
Jews,
genetic box.
Yeah.
Sure.
a separate
Sure.
way to be saved for Gentiles, separate way to be saved for Jews, etc.
Yeah.
What book?
it's
What book did
nonsense,
you
but-
just read out of? Sorry, Posh. What? Yeah. That. What was that quote? Even though you didn't know who was saying it, what was the book
It's just
that was out of?
so this is a dictionary of all these people and their beliefs.
Oh, okay.
This
Oh,
is
nice.
the Darby entry underneath it. It says
Nice.
that he was influenced
So-
by Professor Graves guy.
Yeah.
It's not just the pictures at the cover that are good. But I wanted to also say the whole apocalypticism that they're obsessed with leads to, like today, like people who are, oh, Jesus come quickly, which is a horrible position to hold. The book of Revelations itself says that the blood of the martyrs is crying from under the altar in heaven. And the only reason why it's not yet heeded is that God still gives us time for as many of us to repent as possible. So to hurry it up is not just, unbiblical, it's also cruel and shows a level of narcissism that comes with the faith alone position, where you sign, your name on the saved, charter, and there you go. Now you're safe. So you're going to be playing a harp on a cloud, and the others can pound sand.
Now, keep
Jesus
in
come
mind,
quickly.
so these goobers believe that they can do certain geopolitical actions, like trying to. Originally, in the 1830s, the idea was they could be missionaries to Israel, convert the Jews. That would bring about the end of the world, the return of Christ, right? What does Crowley think about the Book of Revelation? He thinks it's a ritual book that if you do it, it brings about the end of the world. So they have the same idea that you can do these actions like this is a technology, right?
Yeah.
To hasten the end of the world. The same, even Crowley has that view. He
That's
probably got it
really
from
interesting,
him.
Jay. Not to go off topic, but Crowley's, I would say, intimate relationship. I don't know what else included in that between him and Jack Parsons, who basically tried to materialize that particular view, but there was definitely some sort of ritual in his combustion experiments and rocketry.
No, he was trying
It's
to bring
kind
the
of
end of the world.
interesting.
No, he was trying.
Oh, was he? Was he trying to do something?
The Babylon working is an end of the world working.
See, it's crazy how this stuff is like. I wish I had my truther music cue because it is really connected. Yeah, totally works every time.
Everybody loved that at the live event. That was great.
Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, we're gonna be doing another one. Hopefully, Jay will get a date. And if you need any help finding
I'm still find a
location,
event, but
yeah,
we'll
I'll try to.
get it.
I'll just keep looking. I'm gonna keep going with this, and you guys can determine how much theology you want to do, even when we get into some of the modern stuff. Like I said, it's still important. But if there's any more you want to do, I can keep going as long as you want here.
I want to look at some of these in a little bit more detail before we move on. The millennium itself is a standard premillennial conception. The idea that Christ reigns for a 1,000-year period of time, reigns from Jerusalem. All of this he shares with other premillennialists who basically developed similar ideas at that time in history. The millennium is immediately preceded by the second advent. Christ comes before the millennium, hence the term premillennialism. However, something unique to Darby's view of this is that the church is not present. All the other premillennial eschatologies see Christ reigning for this 1,000 years through the people who are the ones advocating this particular eschatology. So if you're a Seventh-day Adventist, he's going to rule through the Adventists. If you're a Jehovah's Witness, he's going to rule through the Witnesses. If you're a Mormon, he's going to rule through the Mormons, you see. But Darby has a different view, a very stunning idea that the church is gone.
And this
The
is
church
to
is in
fulfill
heaven.
the promise, the so-called unfulfilled promises to the Jews.
Okay.
This is why Jesus. So the church is raptured. Jesus comes back, rules in Israel for the Jews to fulfill those promises, while the church is in heaven.
So he's declaring the church is gone, right? Does that mean so the church is no longer physical, nor is it existing metaphysically in a sense? That's the view
it's
he's
just
saying.
in heaven, right? So for example,
Okay.
the beginning of the tribulation, if you're a pre-tribulation rapture person, you believe that when the 7-year tribulation starts, The church has been raptured. It's been taken out. And so the Antichrist comes, right? The Jews convert. The Jews then start converting everyone. And then Jesus comes back, destroys Antichrist, and then rules for 1,000 years. And then there's the great white throne judgment and resurrection. So the church is in heaven as Jesus rules on earth.
I'd like to make a couple of points here. So one very basic critique of dispensationalism and this pre-millennial view is that it says that Christ rules for 1,000 years. And again, this was not an uncommon term to use for a lot, like 1,000 is a lot. To us today, maybe not so much because we live in times of tremendous excess of anything you can think of. But it just means a long time. You know, we have that even in Daniel, that after a long time, you know, we will get back to like the second coming or something. But it says that after near the end of that reign, because the strong man is bound, and that refers to Satan, that his reins must be loosened a bit. What bloody point is there in Christ coming back, ruling 1,000 years, and just let Satan loose? Like, from our perspective, Christ is ruling right now. The church is alive, you know, with all the problems that you know entails. But near the end of this long reign, the reins of Satan will be loosened a bit, so things will get rougher. That is not to say I don't understand why people are so egocentric that they think, oh, now is the end of the world, and they find any single tidbit, which is a very, very Protestant way of thinking, you know, oh, this has happened, so now I will connect it somehow. World War II was a great place to think things are going to end. And we don't know, there was a guy who called in on this stream while I was on and said, do you know, this is the first time so many Jews are back in, you know, Israel, or the land that is described in the Bible as promised to Israel. You know, okay, who says they will stay there? You don't know what's going to happen, right? But they keep latching onto these things and use it as this, you know, like tarot readings or whatever.
What Pashi was saying is basically bagel prepping. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
like they're doing bagel.
You're preparing the water for the bagel.
Gotcha,
yeah. But, you know, they have this idea that, and use it as a techne, like, you know, Jay described, Crowley had his own view on that. But there is no sense in it why Satan would be loosened a bit, you know, at the end of the millennial reign. So that's a very common one you can all take with you, and you don't need who knows how grand a knowledge of theology to give them that example. But again, like with all types of these niche Protestant schools, they don't really go for logic. It's similar to Islam, you know. Allah knows best. You don't need to describe anything. Who needs God? Who needs to justify what God does?
Yeah. Also, Josh, the modern era with technology, you think it could be in our favor to get like a rigid, narrow truth out there, but it actually works against us that, like you said, these people who are these apocalyptismos, they can piece together things and find things. Oh, did you see that, you know, they're all going back to Israel? Oh, did you see the sign? Did you see the Olympics? And they're just kind of like constantly in this state of like fielding quick bits of information, digital Post-it notes, and filling up their basement, right? And not that they're even aware of these views, but they're still, you know, they're actually interacting with this paradigm that we're critiquing right now without knowing it.
And another parallel, and this is going to be important for the geopolitical aspects of it, another similarity with Islam. Islam teaches that Islam will go out into the world, but it will retract like a snake, you know, between the rocks. You know, it's going to become so incredibly small again as it began. But it also talks about, we are strong, we will conquer everything, you know. So you've got both sides of the you know, dialectic. So you can go back and forth. anything good that happens, oh, you see, we're right because things are going well. If things go wrong, oh, you see, we are right because things are not going well. Likewise, with these types of apocalyptic thinkers, anything that happens is proof that you are right.
Everything is, yeah. It's all together.
There's no way to disprove it because they've captured both sides.
It's like climate change.
Yeah.
99. I'm going to read relevant ones for those of you Bob Chat or Super Chat, and it's not totally relevant. I will read it at the end. You can direct it to Posh or myself or Jay as well, but this one seems relevant. 999. If dispensationalist heresy is prominent in America, can we find any dispensationalists to obliterate in debates like yesterday? Shout out to Jay and Sam. You did very well. Highlight, by the way, they tried to pin you guys against each other. Sam geniusly just accepted heresy and said, "Pray for me." I thought that was a beautiful moment right there. It totally deflated their
well, we knew they were going to do that. So from the outset, Sam had said before the debate, he was like, "I'm just going to say I don't know who's right on filioque and energies, whether Catholic or Orthodox." So. Yeah. So I thought he was going to say that, but that ended up being a better rhetorical.
That was awesome. Yeah, that was awesome. And,
has he formally converted to any?
I don't think he's formally converted, but he says that he attends a Catholic church because they'll let him have the Eucharist, but he has to go through catechumen process if he becomes Orthodox. And then he says, plus I don't know whether Orthodox are right on papacy and filioque or not.
Okay, but he hasn't made a formal declaration.
Not that I'm aware. He just goes there, yeah.
No, it's fine if he attends, but you have to get baptized or at least, not christened, what do you call it? Chrismated. Something needs to happen before you're formally part of it. And as far as I'm aware, he hasn't. So they were just, even though they have different understandings of Islam, they were trying to impose the same type of disparity between the two.
Plus the fart, Jay.
Oh yeah,
I mean the fart
is one of the.
That was appeal to flatulence.
I mean, yeah, they're full of hot air. What does it tell you? Right?
That was funny. He didn't even flinch. Okay, we'll keep going here.
So you had somebody had a question.
Oh, sorry.
Real quick, there was somebody asked, "Is preterism the same as premill?" No, preterism is just the idea that many prophecies about what people think of the end, Matthew 24, Luke 21, and even much of the book of Revelation, that it's about the things occurring in the days of the people experiencing it. So, for example, John, if you believe in the early date for the book of Revelation, was writing about the destruction of the temple in 70 AD. So many of those things, I don't think anybody really doubts, unless they're super evangelical, that some aspects of Matthew 24 and Luke 21 have to be about the destruction of the temple. There's actually a really good Orthodox publication on this too, called Apostasy and Antichrist from Jordanville Monastery. I think it's really hard to get because it's out of print, but there is a YouTube version of audio of this whole thing. So it's only about 40 pages, and all it is just collections of church fathers, elders, saints for the Orthodox Church talking about apostasy and Antichrist and end times. And it notes as well that much of what we are looking at in Luke 21 and Matthew 24 on page 22 is the fulfilled in 70 AD. It says, the Holy Fathers of the Church explain that these words at this point are about the destruction of the temple in 70 AD, which is a prototype of the future Great Tribulation and end of the world. So what happens here is that no dispensationalist believes in anything preterist at all. So that's what's often called partial preterism. That's what I mentioned earlier about the dating of some of the events of the book of Revelation and when it happened. That's different from premillennialism, which is about the 1,000-year reign. And does Jesus come back before he sets up a 1,000-year earthly reign, or is the 1,000-year reign typically called amillennialism, meaning that there's no literal millennium? It's just the reign of the church for an indefinite amount of time.
Right.
And Jay, that means Orthodox and Catholics are partial.
Well, if they dig into it. So, for example, I've got several Catholic commentaries in the book of Revelation too, and the commentaries that I have do not talk about preterism. But I do have the missal, the Roman Catholic missal, the traditional Latin Mass missal, which does mention preterist stuff. So it's just kind of like you got to dig, and there's not really official positions in anybody's church on specifics of end time stuff. It's kind of like, well, what did Chrysostom say? What did Cyril say? What did Athanasius say? Right. So we're looking at them there's not like a papal statement on this stuff. It's just kind of like you got to dig to find stuff.
Yeah.
Because this position was never popular in either Orthodoxy or Catholicism, and usually you get these statements after there's been some turmoil with people going for a position. But I wanted to mention, as far as partial preterism is concerned, it's a very consistent pattern in the Bible that God does something in a smaller sense, and then it comes to full fulfillment later on, like a sort of advanced payment.
Exactly.
So we get Israel, the old Israel. It is freed from slavery under Egypt and brought into the promised land, not fully by a man called Moses, but a man called Jesus, or Joshua, again in English. I won't complain about that too much, although it really irks me. Likewise, the full promise is then fulfilled by everyone who becomes part of the new Israel. The church is freed from slavery under sin, under Satan, under the prince of this world, and brought into the kingdom of God, not again by Mosaic law, but by a man called Jesus. So again, over and over again, we get these patterns. Likewise, we can see the destruction of Jerusalem as a prototype, let's say, for what can happen later on. That does not mean like any serious church structure, let's say. I don't want to use the term church willy-nilly, but doesn't just look around for any geopolitical event, any scientific advancement, and just go, oh, well, there we are, chapter 7.
Here we go, turn the page. Yeah, turn the comic book page.
The trumpet is beginning to sound,
yeah,
softly.
Totally. Yeah.
Like a fade-in is starting.
Yeah, you set the stage, right? Getting your costumes.
There's another key to this too that you can see, and the Orthodox have an advantage in this regard because we have first, second, and third Maccabees in our Bible, and that actually helps us with this eschatology, because a lot of the passages where Jesus talks about what's Luke 21, Matthew 24, what's called the Olivet Discourse, those passages refer to an abomination of desolation, the abomination, right? What is this? How do we know what this is? Well, if we know the Old Testament, we know it really well, because we know, for example, the temple, Israel was destroyed 586 BC, right? The temple gets destroyed, gets defiled. That's the first defiling or the abomination of desolation, right? When the Babylonians come in. Then, people don't know this, but if you read the Maccabees, you know that there's another mirrored abomination. This is the abomination of desolation of the next temple that Daniel writes about. So when Daniel writes about this famous abomination of desolation, this is after 586 BC, right? Daniel's writing about what's going to happen in this future Maccabean period. We get an abomination of the desolation of the Maccabees, and then in third Maccabees, there's another abomination with the Egyptian ruler Ptolemy. So we get another. So there's mirroring abominations of defilings of the temple, right? So if Jesus in his day is referring to another one, what would be the next? The only possible fulfillment would be the destruction of the temple, which happens 40 years after Jesus talks about that, 70 AD. So we know that 70 AD has to be one of these clear fulfillments of the abomination of desolation. And the last thing I would say on that is just that the future desolation, whatever that is, that's debated. Some of the church fathers think that there will be a rebuilt temple, which would be Antichrist's temple, and because it would be the reinstitution of the sacrifices that were done away with and fulfilled in Christ, animal sacrifices. Many church fathers, saints say that would be a sign of the end, because that would be Antichrist's temple. Some church fathers say, well, the final apostasy, the great apostasy that we read about in Paul's letter to the Thessalonians, has to be something not in an actual temple, but in the church. So there's a bit of a debate amongst exegetes and theologians, church fathers, as to whether the great apostasy and when Paul, it's the text where Paul says the man of sin will stand up in the temple in the church of God, proclaim himself to be God. Does that mean a spiritual temple of the church where a man within the church causes an apostasy, or does it mean an actual literal rebuilt temple in Israel? I tend to actually think, I think there will be an apostasy of the church whenever that is. But I tend to think that it is talking about a rebuilt temple.
Jay, I just want to remind you that if something's debated, that means there is no truth about it. So I just wanted to.
According to Daniel, that's correct.
that was really funny.
And by the way, he knows good and well when you get into the nuances of Islamic debates on the attributes of Allah. He knows good and well they debate this all day long, and it's not clear and simple. That's just a sales pitch.
Yeah, they actually had wars. They had slaughterings over whether the Quran is created or uncreated. Like, well, and anyone who thinks Islam is a thing is wrong.
Well, they'll call each other idolaters and shirk over the anthropomorphic view. So Jake and Daniel believe in anthropomorphic views of Allah.
Yeah, Salaf.
And the other Muslims will say that they're committing shirk by doing that.
Jay, would you debate Sneeko, or you think it's wrong to punch retards?
I don't think Sneeko actually will debate anyone.
No, he won't debate anyone.
Yeah, he's just talking.
No, I actually think
sneaky.
I think he's actually gonna leave Islam. That's my hope. Meeting him in person, I think he occurs as like the little brother type, where he's just like wide-eyed and like I want to get to the truth, man. Like this kind of thing. I think he can be. I mean, I know he can be influenced. So that's the good news about a young pup like that. So. Maybe debating him isn't even in the best process.
Can I say there was a super chat that asked if there was someone who is like the equivalent of the dispensationalists, like the Islamic debate from yesterday, and I'm not sure that there is any structure. You have major like pro-Zionists and people who have similar eschatologies, etc., but I don't think there is any formal structure.
I've never heard of a dispensationalist debate. I mean, back in the days of like Bunsen and Gentry and all that, in like '99 or like the late '90s, mid to late '90s, they were doing these kinds of debates. But I haven't even heard of a debate like that since the '90s.
And nowadays, you just hear apocalypticism and pro-Israel stuff. John Hagee and crew. Just going over, whoever blesses you, Israel.
The blood moon tide.
Yeah, this guy. I will.
And I will tell you, I will never support you. I will
always support Israel forever and ever until the end, until the fire. Like, this is basically modern politics, which we'll get into. I think that's going to be actually the very interesting. More palatable. A lot of the theology is important, but it's harder to wrap around, right?
We think of this as an evangelical thing, which it is mainly. But I mean, Ratzinger in one of his later books before he stepped down was basically affirming a form of dual covenant theology for the Jews. So this idea has basically spilled over into the Roman Catholics as well.
I think a lot of it is driven by a certain mid-century event that promotes a lot of guilt. So now, even though you disagree with it theologically, you sort of feel bad about it. So, you can't really deny any of it lest you look bad. And then the only people who stand up to it are usually crazies.
Many religions, one covenant is the title. Joseph Cardinal Ratzinger.
Yeah, that's Benedict XVI. So the so-called trad pope, right, was saying all kinds of crazy stuff.
So, okay, we'll just press play and see where this guy takes us. I can't even tell. I don't know if it matters. The person who's presenting this, if he's advocating or just simply describing, I don't know if it matters.
Of Israel, and Christ is actually ruling through ethnic Jewish people during this millennial period. I don't think anybody in the history of the church until Darby had ever actually suggested that particular hypothesis. The church has removed, as I say, the term of art that is used is that the church is raptured. The term is not found in the Bible, but it's usually an allusion to 1 Thessalonians chapter 5. So the church is taken out in a kind of blink of an eye sort of event, and that takes place before this millennial era begins. Old Testament prophecies that look forward to a time of rich blessing. And of course, the Old Testament has many of these. Isaiah, Zechariah, Ezekiel, others, all sort of look forward. For the most part, all of the prophets have some idea of a great period of blessing in the future. Generally speaking,
Trump. Is that what the is that one of the? Do you think that could be smuggled in as that, or you get to choose whatever that is? Is it the 80s? I mean, the 80s were.
No,
Someone could say the 80s were pretty.
I sent you that picture that the MAGA hat is the mark of the beast.
It's the mark of the beast,
on
right?
The forehead.
Oh, right. I'm interpreting this all wrong.
I'm not even sure.
those have been identified with God's work among his people in some sense or other in unfolding history. Classical Christianity would say those are describing God's blessings on the world through his work in the church, that sort of thing. However, Darby says all of those predictions actually refer to the kingdom, not anything that God is doing through the church. So those prophecies are actually prophecies of a coming millennium. Immediately before the millennium is a period that Darby called the Great Tribulation, borrowing that term, of course, from the New Testament itself. This is a 7-year period of time. It precedes the second coming of Christ. It is also identified by Darby, and again, he appears to be the first one to suggest this hypothesis. He identifies the...
I have a question. It might be really dumb. When people refer to the coming of Christ, are they including the birth and manifestation of Christ as man as the first, or are they talking about the resurrection as the first?
The second coming, the coming in judgment.
Okay, gotcha.
That's what they're talking about.
Okay, go.
7-year period of the Great Tribulation as the 70th week of Daniel. Now, if you've been in the class or have otherwise studied these things, you know that Daniel
Can I make
chapter
a
9...
point here?
Yeah.
I know you probably don't want me to keep interrupting.
No, you can keep.
But this is really important.
You guys are driving this basically, so
it's really important with Daniel's 70th week because it's a really important prophecy for Christianity, because it's basically Daniel in his book looks back to Jeremiah and he realizes certain things about what God's going to do in history. He says in Daniel by reading Jeremiah. And Jeremiah talked about 70s and the dividing up times into 7s and 70s. And so Daniel comes up with this idea that there would be a determined amount of time for the nation of Israel. Now, remember, Daniel's writing in captivity, so he's writing as if the nation will be restored. And then he predicts that there's this period of basically 7 years times 70, which is 490, right? The last 7 years is this 7-year period that Daniel is talking about. And he says in this last 7 years, this is really important because this is a really stupid thing that the dispensationalists do. Daniel says that in this last week, which is a week is just 7 years. It's a week of years. This last 7 years will include I'll read what he says. 70 weeks are determined, and then I'll skip down to the last. Basically, there will be a end of lawlessness, atonement for sin, everlasting righteousness comes in, the fulfilling and sealing up of visions and prophecies, which means that there's no prophecies after, there's no new visions and prophecies after the time of the Messiah. So we don't need Muhammad and we don't need Joseph Smith, and to anoint the Holy One. And then he says, this will be the coming of Messiah the Prince. Okay. Now, the dummy dispensationalists are so stupid that they go with the Masoretic text, not the Septuagint, because the Septuagint makes it clear that it's Messiah the Prince. The Masoretic text says the Prince to come. They say that's the Antichrist. And so they actually say that this last week is paused so Jesus comes, and then because the Jews rejected Christ, the last 7 years is paused to be the 7-year tribulation, thousands of years into the future after the time of Christ. Okay, there's nothing in the passage that says anything about this. The passage actually says all of these things are fulfilled when the Messiah comes. This is Daniel 9, 24 to 27, right? 24 to 25, excuse me. Right, and then it even says that the Messiah will be cut off in verse 26. And this will be a fulfillment of the desolation.
So they introduced a sort of Nintendo arbitrary pause in their game.
Yep.
Yeah, because
even though it's identified in the very passage that it's the Messiah, the Prince, especially if you read the Septuagint, then the next verse says that after this time, the Anointed One will be put to death. The death of the Messiah. It's so clear. And
right.
These idiots destroy one of the strongest proofs of Christianity and the prediction of the Messiah being put to death. these idiots destroy it, make it something 2,000 years, 3,000 years into the future.
And by the way, the Jews were very aware of this timeline in the time of Christ. And if that's why people were already, if you claim, they start asking you questions, they don't just say, well, that's ridiculous. No. They were very aware of the timeline with the 70 weeks of years, that's 490 years and numbers in general in the ancient world were rounded up massively. It's simply how things worked. We are very methodical nowadays, in large part due to the availability of writing and material, both as in ink and as in a medium of writing. So we are much more, I want to say anal about it, but
yeah. But, many rabbinic Jews, Hasidic Jews, they actually pronounce a curse on Gentiles that read this passage, because this passage is so, I'm serious, it's so difficult for them that they'll they do a curse on the Gentiles that
they
read
just
it.
spit. They just spit.
Yeah, they spit
just
and,
randomly.
They drink. I think they do it on Purim. I can't remember. They'll drink wine and spit at the Jews that read.
Yeah. They have super. They have super soakers, and they just spray people who visit.
Pentecostal Judaism.
Wait a second. Are you saying that the dispensationalist view is partial to it just happens to be partial to a bagel view?
Yes.
That the best possible thing you can appeal to as far as a prophecy of Jesus as God is rejected, which is weird if you're taking a Christian view, right? So you'd be like, why would you pick the one thing that really sets people into a spurgy frenzy, right? So,
and on top of this, because it's such a damaging, dangerous passage, I also think they're not actually allowed to read this for a long time unless they're older Jews, and there's some rule about not being able to read it until they're like 40. So, or maybe they're not allowed to talk on it in the synagogue. I don't know. There's some weird strictures on it. But what's weird about that is the passage is so clear, and it even describes the death of the Anointed One, that in the Talmud they have a position that there's two messiahs, right? So if you hear Jews debate, they'll say there's no passage that talks about the death of the Messiah. Right. However, they're being disingenuous because the Talmud actually says there's two messiahs, one of whom dies. They believe in Messiah ben Joseph and Messiah ben David, and one of them dies. So they even believe the Messiah dies, but to get around these passages, they've invented two different messiahs.
Yeah, and like with this position of elongating that last week, with all Protestantism, you tie yourself to a certain conclusion, and then you reverse engineer any interpretation, including, an uneasy relationship, for example, of Luther with the Epistle of James, because you need to come to this conclusion. So if anything is a bother to it, you're going to reject it or at least discredit it. And it's a very commonplace thing. So there's no way this is saying what it's saying. It has to say something that is in line with my expectation. And then we have to listen to these exact same people tell us how we apply different interpretive schemas in some self-serving manner. And again, there's no such thing as plain reading, but if we just read it, it's pretty clear. Now, as I said, there's no such thing as plain reading, but it works with everything else. It works with Isaiah. It works with the Psalms. That's
a great point. Yeah.
It locks with everything else.
They believe in the simple, clear perspicuity of Scripture, simple meaning. However, when you get to Daniel 9, no, there's this pause, and it's 2,000 years later, and it's just crazy.
Yeah. All of a sudden, perspicuity is gone, and then they establish some type of hierarchy of what is clear, what isn't, what is less clear, and then the more clear interprets the less clear. And usually that means, well, what agrees with me is more clear. What disagrees with me should be colored by what agrees with me.
Sounds very Islamic.
Massively
Islam,
so.
Protestantism, and Judaism all have the same simple meaning and book worship. perspective.
Speaking of not talking about things in public, in the last couple of years, there's been a complete collapse in the Islamic argument of the miraculous perfect preservation of the Quran. I don't know how anyone ever got to that point, considering what the Hadith say.
Right.
Why it was codified in the first place was because a lot of it was lost with all the reciters. Quran means the recitations. All these reciters dying in battle or of old age or whatever means of death. So they decide, okay, we need to write it down. Everything we still have, we need to write it down and keep it. Right. And that was replete with problems. But a couple of years ago, Sneako's mentor, Mohammed Hijab.
Yes, had a guy on this that was saying that it's not
just
perfect.
a guy. That's Yasser Qadi.
Yeah, one
His
of their
father
scholars, right?
His father wrote a book on the sciences of the Quran. So he's not just someone who's well informed. He has a pedigree even with these types of things. And there are multiple not interviews, but like lectures or things of him where he, to a, how shall we say, like an uneducated audience, like plebs, he says, no perfect preservation, every dot, no difference. But then when he talks to, as they call the people of knowledge, which is to say the scholars, it's not that clear. And when Hijab had him on, Hijab kept pushing it until he said, these things should not be discussed among, before the masses, Yahi. You shouldn't talk about this with just commoners, filthy commoners here. This is something for us highly educated people, which is a very, very common thing with mystic religions, where you get this progressive revelation, so to speak, where you get more and more knowledge. This is what you'll get, as Jay said, you will get it with Islam and Judaism, especially with problem parts. And then Protestantism, I don't know, they don't do that. They just sort of wing everything. And I don't know, it's sort of like you never let them know your next move. You can't really predict something.
That's providential that you said that, Posh, because literally I had just watched that video 2 nights ago. I'd never seen it, this interview. And I just happened upon this interview. It popped up in my my feed. It's called there's a guy who captured it and kind of made a summation video. He's a guy called the Friendly Ex-Muslim.
Frozen cameras.
And if you're looking for this video, it's called "The Interview Muhammad Hijab Tried to Hide from the World," and it's like a 20-minute version of what Posh is talking about. I highly recommend that because you'll see like Muhammad Hijab starting to like freak out at what this guy's saying, right?
Yeah. Things that was a couple of years ago. I know David Wood had like a stream to commemorate like 4 years since the interview, because then they kept spamming, striking for what's
copyright,
copyright infringement. People who would clip and repost it. Yasser Qadi did that, and YouTube obviously obliged. So it's not as easy to find, but it did happen. And basically everyone who is dealing with anti-Islamic polemics save that video, so there's no way to delete it. It's just difficult to post, and people who host it somewhere else, it's a very important thing to find, but that has been destroyed. Another thing that's been recently destroyed is the scientific miracles and etc. So it's a religion in collapse. They strike their chests and pretend like, oh, we are strong. But no, it's really going poorly for them. As I said, Albania, we have Albanians in the chat. Recently, in the
terrible people.
Well, I wouldn't call them people.
Hey, listen, one interruption here. Jay, I want to get a sense of you and Posh's timeline. I do want to get into geopolitics because it's very accessible to my audience. This is all important but dense. I just want to get a sense of your timeline.
In the sense of the stream?
Yeah, how much time do you have to? Because I want to. You guys have to sort of Jay, especially. Okay, you have beer, Jay, especially because I want you here to go over the modern implications, what we're dealing with now in our very cryptic way that we have to do it probably. I just want to get a sense. You can drive when you want to go into that. That's what I'm saying. But I just want to give enough time for it. So that,
if you're limited in time,
let me know.
You are the expert for the geopolitical aspect.
Yeah, I don't want to miss out on that part. So,
well, I wouldn't even say an expert. I mean, there's not a whole lot really that's that mysterious. I think it's pretty kind of easy to follow and figure out. Basically, just a lot of evangelical prophecy writers for many, many years, probably going back to the 80s and 90s. And they've had a very close relationship with AIPAC. We have certain figures who are Jewish writers who've written famous prophecy books, who work closely with foreign nations, shall we say? And those what they typically do in those prophecy books, even the fiction books that are very popular, they will promote the enemies of America and Jesus is almost always Russians, Chinese, and they'll usually just
Iranians.
They loosely copy paste them onto Gog and Magog, right? There's this rabbinic tradition, I think, that there's theories about where the people groups from the Table of Nations in Genesis 10 went out into different regions of the world, and so Gog and Magog and some of the rabbinic ideas are, Russians and people like that. Anyway, it's a lot of speculation in terms of that stuff, but it's utilized in terms of geopolitics to push just anything that's against, American, Israeli, Atlanticist, UK interests must be one of these predicted prophetic end times enemies. It's that simple.
Yeah. Jay, do you want Bosch, real quick, before we get into geopolitics, do you want me to continue and do any more theological stuff? It's still interesting to me. I like it. The chat likes it. I just want to
whatever you want to
account for your time, Jay.
I'm fine.
If you
whatever you want to do.
Okay, cool. We'll keep going. Jay,
I'll
go
go
ahead,
to the
Posh.
bathroom and be right back.
Yeah. Posh amazingly doesn't have a catheter.
Actually, I'm going to go to the restroom too.
Sure.
I do. I'm actually wearing an
Clearly
adult
70
diaper, but I
weeks of-
still want to go.
Yeah, good. Go change the diaper. Well, this is a good time to look at some super chats, so I don't miss them out. Okay. Why do the Muslims say that slavery argument like the atheist? Well, because FB, if you're talking about Daniel or the other dude, they don't really have a standard because, if you saw their argument was conceding, even with the pedo thing. They were like, well, you guys hold this too. That's why they try to pin Jay against Sam by appealing to Aquinas. And so I think the Christian and the Muslim would have to have a debate about that particular item itself, slavery, because Christianity, like what you call slavery as far as like capturing, like for instance, slavery. Let's say there's a woman in the wilderness, and in the time of in a time of a horrid circumstance, you find a woman in the woods. Now, a woman, from a Christian view, you can actually use force to pick up the woman, put her in a carriage, and remove her from the wilderness. Now, would a modern person say that's slavery, acting against autonomy, will? Sure. But from the Christian view, you're not arguing from bodily autonomy and consent at this point. You're arguing from a larger position. So it really brings up the question of like, what is even considered the word slavery? Obviously, the atheist Reddit tier always use slavery incorrectly. They always use this modern term of a transatlantic slave concept, and then they transpose it into a biblical historical context, which is inaccurate. But even if you granted that, the atheist still has no justification for why any of this is wrong. So they're not even doing an internal critique, which Jay and myself and many others, I don't know what it's going to take to train our opposition in this distinction called an internal critique. I don't know what's going on with their minds. I don't know how to do it. I wish they would do it because it's actually more fun to debate that way. So, Jay, you can answer this because you were in the debate itself. Why did the Muslim say the slavery argument like the atheist? Well, because that's their foundation is just as absent.
Well, what they tended to do in their approach is utilize anything that an unbelieving higher critical scholar or an atheist uses, and so they just kind of latch onto any kind of argumentation that they find out there. It doesn't matter the source, and this is really, I think, a weakness of theirs, because, for example, when they appeal to all these atheist scholars and academics, they don't mention the fact that none of those atheist scholars and academics believe in the Quran. So it's like they only will utilize this argument to attack, Christianity. They totally ignore all the same scholars talking about how silly the Quranic narratives and the hadiths are. But so they just latch on to whatever's out there. But no, I think the laws of Christianity are way more humanitarian, obviously, than the traditional laws of Islam.
I'd like to make a couple of points on slavery, because there was a Protestant guy who said that one of the worst missed opportunities for the Council of Nicaea is that they didn't ban slavery. Now, I don't know how he expected that to happen, how a council of bishops could ban slavery. They could put it forward or something, I suppose, but people miss very simple historical realities. It wasn't that maybe for the Roman Empire this was different, but for most of human history and most places which weren't highly, highly developed, and then even there, you don't get freed from slavery and then you go and, start working in a shop, I don't know, like was called, never mind, I can't make a joke if I can't remember the name of a shop, but you don't start your own podcast, you don't start making your own trinkets or something. That is not an option, which is why there's a stipulation in the Bible and the Mosaic law that if you want to stay as a slave, there's a process for it. You get your ear pierced and, certain signs of it. Why? Because at least you would get food and shelter, which is not even a probability if you just go out on your own after being a slave.
I will add really quick, basically, to reference the woman in the woods during a wartime. The modern person who's, slavery bad, Christianity false. Do you think that woman in the woods is going to build a treehouse and have some sort of weird OnlyFans from the treehouse and she's going to make her way in the world? No, the man will be like, no, I'm going to pluck you from the wilderness, even against your will, and I'm going to make a better life for you because I'm leading you. So continue, Posh.
Right. So, by the way, Islam teaches, taking sex slaves. That is why they say that you are allowed sex with women you are married to, or what is described as that which your right hand possesses, which is to say prisoners of war.
Two right hands or one right hand?
Which your right hands possess. Right. So muta is basically temporary marriage. So it's still considered marriage. Now, the Sunnis will tell you that this is a Shia practice, but then again, as with all things in Islam, depends on whom you ask. But even muta is considered marriage, and therefore nikah is permitted.
What's up, nikah? Sorry, the second
you don't
beer
want to know
kicked in.
what that means. Maybe. Because you basically said, what's up, effers? But what I mean is there's no such allowance in Mosaic law, even with the women you get who have not yet known a man, and that is given only for specific campaigns, for specific peoples to be specifically punished for the most grotesque practices. Even amongst pagans.
I would, and there's something probably going on with the ending of that lineage in divine providence that, again, what's happening in the Old Testament is all to ensure the survival of the Jewish people to produce the Messiah. It's not because they have better DNA or something, magical DNA.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So
Magical.
the people who are committed to the destruction of Israel in the Old Testament period, that's the specific reasons why God ends the lineage of those groups. So, and it's the same principle with the flood as we talked about with the Muslims. I would like to add too, because we didn't actually get to cover it in the debate, but the Bible in no place allows the Jews or Israelites to grape anyone. So the Muslims saying that you can do that. There's no passage that you can.
Right. They mean like you can take the women who have not yet known a man, but it says you give them 40 days to mourn, and then they can decide whether to stay with you or not.
Right.
And if they
Not
decide, right, if they decide to stay, they shave their head, and which is how women would convert to Judaism, what we call Judaism, I suppose. They would shave their head, can't really circumcise them, bit difficult.
Yeah, you
can. Okay, if you're a Muslim, you can. But there's no biblical stipulation for how you would circumcise a woman. But that shaving of the head represents like a new start. And if they refuse, you have to let them go, and you're forbidden from selling them into slavery. Now, the Jews, the Israelites at this point still, it wasn't yet split into North and South. So the Israelites, a lot of them didn't follow these rules, but that's a different thing. Like people who say, oh, we are told that that Israelites were monotheistic, but archaeology tells us, and like, what? Just take the Old Testament, and go to a random page and put your finger somewhere, go 5 verses up or down, it will say something about Israelites worshiping foreign gods, right? So the disobedience to the law doesn't mean that it's allowed. So God will tolerate a lot of things, but he sets out what is the moral expectation. And once you fill up the cup of iniquity, as it's most often translated, then bad things start to happen, right? So tolerance is done. Now you have to suffer because you will not be corrected any other way. So that part is clear about the women, but about slavery in general, as I said, it wasn't a free market economy. I guess in a sense it was, because things weren't as interconnected, but there was you would be some type of day laborer, right? You would work all day and
free market. Hey, listen. I hate to interrupt, but I don't want to do a tailspin into Islam and all that. Let's continue with this guy's dumb position, and by this guy, I mean this guy. And then Jay and Posh, you can sort of influence when you want to get into more modern takes.
You should get progressively closer.
Yeah, totally. I mean, look at that. I mean, it looks like what's the movie with Ben Stiller where he's a model? It's kind of like that.
No idea.
Where he's a model and he's all
Zoolander.
looking at the camera. Yeah, Zoolander. He's got Zoolander.
Darby's doing Blue Steel.
Vibe. Yeah,
He looks offensively Irish, by the way.
He is very Irish. Yeah, he is.
Of years, from the going forth of the order to rebuild Jerusalem to the coming of Messiah. So many of the thinkers down through history have played with these 70 weeks of Daniel. All of them, of course, envisioning that the 70 weeks expire with the advent of Messiah and the beginning of the work of Christ through his church and so on. Darby again brings a unique idea that the 70th week is detached from the first 69 and thrust out somewhere in the future, and that 70th week of Daniel is actually identical with the Great Tribulation. If there's ever a point where Darby's analysis has been almost universally criticized by non-dispensationalists, it's here, because at least the general assessment is there is absolutely no exegetical justification for detaching the 70th week from the first 69. It is a somewhat arbitrary construction, but it...
Yeah, he has to do that to make it work, right?
And by the way, every time you hear, had this unique take, that should tell you everything you need to know.
69.
does make the team hang together better to view it that way, so that's what he does. The church is raptured out before the tribulation. Now, this again was a notion that seems to have been borrowed from Edward Irving. We talked about him a couple of weeks ago, and at least there's fairly good documentation that Edward Irving got the idea of a tribulation period and a church being raptured out in an ecstatic utterance from a young woman named Margaret MacDonald in one of his somewhat Pentecostal.
Jay, why, I'm sorry, you may have said this, but why was it the week before and not like 68 or something? Like, why wasn't it 2 weeks? Did you clarify that? Like, why the last week?
Well, the last week is the one that's where all the heavy, crazy stuff happens.
Oh, okay, that's why. Okay.
Let me read this passage if you don't mind. It's not long. Do you want me to read it, or would you rather?
Yeah,
not?
yeah, do it, man. I'm open.
Okay, so basically it says all of the measure of the sins are going to be fulfilled and everything finished and determined within this period of 70 weeks, which is not, it's 490 years. It's weeks of years, okay? It will finish sin, wipe out lawlessness, atone for wrongdoing, bring righteousness, seal up vision and prophecy, and anoint the Holy One. You will know that there will be from the going forth of the word to rebuild Jerusalem. Now, this is the part that's somewhat debated because we have to go to different texts and look at Ezra to figure out when most people think Artaxerxes commissioned Ezra to rebuild the temple in 458 BC, which is 2nd Ezra 7, 7, and 8 in the Orthodox Study Bible. Okay, so there's some debate over that, but we'll skip that debate for this point, because the main point is that all of this is happening in this final 7 years of the 490 years, right? You will know, therefore, and understand that from the going forth to build the temple, to rebuild the temple and rebuild Jerusalem, that Christ, the Messiah, the Prince, there will be 70 weeks, and I'm going to skip down to the final week. After these, the anointed one will be put to death, and there will be no judgment for him. And he will destroy the city and the sanctuary with the prince who is coming, and they shall cut off with a flood and end the war, with an end of war. And this will appoint the city to desolation. But know this, that he will make a covenant, and in the middle of that covenant, the sacrifice and the offering will be taken away, and there will be an abomination of desolation in the temple, and an end that is appointed. So basically, we interpret that as Christians, as Orthodox especially, that the Messiah fulfills these things in that last week, that last 7 years of his time frame of being a minister, and then the destruction of the temple. It's all encapsulated under this last, in other words, the first coming. The first coming fulfills these prophecies, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so Jay, it sounds like it makes total sense you'd hold off on that week, because if you stop it at the 69th week and have an arbitrary pause, you can keep waiting and waiting and have control over that final, like basically any time between 69 weeks and the rest of the world. You're basically correct, like Posh said. You're just always right because you've hit a arbitrary pause, so you can just keep manipulating real-time events, smuggling them into your dispensational view. And because you hit pause, you'll never be wrong. You'll never be a wrong prophet, in a sense, right? Because things never could come to pass, because you have to hit unpause eventually on the play deck there. So it's that seems very deliberate to me. Not only what you just summarized.
I forgot that the Epistle of Barnabas, which is not canonical, but it's a very early testament to the views of the early church, observes that this passage was fulfilled when the temple and the sanctuary were destroyed in 70 AD. Barnabas points out that a true temple was built, the body of Christ, during this time period. 70 weeks is determined to mean 70 weeks of years, or 490 years. The prophecy applies to Jeremiah's 70 years from Jeremiah 9:2, 25:11. And it says, according to St. Hippolytus, the vision concerns the time when the temple would be rebuilt, as well as the coming of the Messiah. And then Artaxerxes commissions Ezra to rebuild the temple in 458 BC. So, yeah, it's a little confusing with the weird weeks terminology, but that's essentially what's going on.
Gotcha.
Style meetings, you know. It was not developed by Edward Irving. He didn't work out an elaborate eschatology. But that kernel may have been the most important triggering idea in the whole thought of Darby, and he took that and ran with it a long way. And so it was this pre-tribulation rapture that in a sense became the seed out of which so much of the rest of his eschatological schematic was developed. So the church is not only raptured out before the millennium, actually before this tribulation period. Most of the book of Revelation, according to Darby, is describing events in the future that occur during this tribulation period. This is what's called the futurist view of Revelation, that is describing events in the future. We've looked at the historicist view in some details. There's other views that were much less influential. The preterist view sees Revelation largely describing events taking place in the first century. Darby becomes the most famous of the futurist approaches to Revelation.
Now, I want to pause there. Futurist, is that like this view that you contrive it and make it happen? Like an accelerationist view? Or is futurist view in this context something a little bit different where it's just describing the chronology and it's not a matter of contriving and trying to make something happen? No, it's just
describing like preterism versus futurism.
Okay.
So basically, there's three views on dating, and there's preterist, historicist, and futurist. Okay. Preterist believes that much of the passages are fulfilled in 70 AD or before, and that there might also be a future fulfillment. But historicist believes that, for example, the book of Revelation is talking about the whole history of the church. A lot of Protestant reformers were famously historicists. Many Catholic Jesuit theologians have been historicists. And they kind of see like random sort of stuff, like you'll see Roman Catholics say, oh, Revelation 12, that was the Middle Ages when the blah, 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 or whatever. They just sort of assign random church history stuff to the book of Revelation. And then futurist is these people. So all premillennialists are futurists, but not all premillennialists are dispensationalists.
Gotcha. Okay.
During that time, a character known as the Antichrist is going to dominate in the world. He comes in originally as a kind of champion of peace.
I'm the Antichrist.
He makes
Best
deals
Antichrist.
with the nations of the world, essentially putting himself in a position of worldwide prestige. He makes pacts, including a pact with Israel, but then in the middle of this tribulation, 3.5 years in, he breaches that agreement, committing a sacrilegious act at a temple that, of course, has to be rebuilt before any of these could take place. And that gives rise then to 3.5 years of horrific conditions in the world, culminating in a great battle mentioned in Revelation 16 called the Battle of Armageddon.
Now, I want to just note as we move into the modern cultural context of all of this, is that the dispensationalist view allows for seeing someone like Donald Trump or anyone else in the arena as you can take the view that he's the evil one. You could also take the view that he's the sent angelical one, and they both have some elasticity to them if you hold this view. So that's what you see in the meme world, right? Posh mentioned the hat, the mark of the beast is make America great again, but then other people take the view that Donald Trump is in fact the Antichrist because he's going to make a pact and he supports Israel, but then he's going to, all this stuff. And it's just interesting that the elasticity that it gives you to hold this position, because to point out again, that 69-week pause button really allows for any sort of crafting and writing in between. Anything you want to add to that? Because I just, all of these things he's saying, I can't help to be triggered into the morass of modern culture, geopolitics, and all the takes that we're engaging with daily. So, anything? Or
I would like to restate what I said earlier, that it's great for them because you basically occupy both sides of the dialectic. Right. You can say, Trump is the Antichrist because look at him, he is a womanizer, he's worked in like New York real estate, so you can imagine, there's been some iffy things going on there, etc. But you can then have like religious leaders who stood by him. God uses imperfect people just to show his glory.
God uses porn stars.
Yeah. You can do anything. And then you have, like, the Orthodox position is you pray for those who are leading the country, right? Because everyone needs prayer. We all need prayer. We all need mercy and grace. So, we don't know. He could be, he could not be. Not ours to calculate some pseudo-gematria or whatever.
Yeah.
We deal with what we have. Christ says to Pilate, you wouldn't have this authority unless it was granted to you by my Father. So we are granted certain predicaments, and we are to endure them in the most Christian way we can. But that's not fun enough, you see. But it's this beauty of, holding both sides of the dialectic, and then run them through whichever side you'd like, depending on how you think of them. How many people thought Obama was the Antichrist?
Yeah, of course. Same thing,
And
right? Same dialectic.
There are still people hanging on to that thought. So you can't really reason with it, because it's not just motivated thinking, but it's even super objective. Motivated thinking, because it's not just objective, it's the word of God that says this. So it's even higher than objective truth.
Sure.
And then, like all the Anabaptists, like Jehovah's Witnesses, you just, or like climate change activists, you just, it's ending, and it doesn't end, and just move on,
Yeah, I want to point to the last three here, Posh and Jay, is that even what you just said kind of brings this up, is that the Antichrist from this dispensational view really reduces to not a spirit, a sort of a proclivity to a rebellion or something, like a spirit of Antichrist, versus a unique person with a name. Now, I want to reconcile this for the chat because it's interesting. What would be the difference between a dispensationalist view of Antichrist as a distinction versus an Orthodox, let's say, in this case, view of Antichrist? Because it seems to be they hold the comic book view where you have to reduce Antichrist to a very specific kind of person, and it doesn't include the spirit of Antichrist. Now, is that different? Right? It seems like a good distinction to explore.
I think you're right.
Quick.
They hyper focus on, that individual and his power or whatever. And, for us, the false prophet is just as important as well, because the false prophet is the leader of a false religion that promotes Antichrist. So both of those figures are really important. And you couldn't have Antichrist without the false prophet promoting the spirit of Antichrist.
Right.
So sort of like it's a mimic Messiah and a mimic church and a mimic Holy Spirit. So it's an inverted kind of Trinity, basically.
Got you. But from let's say from an Orthodox view, the spirit of Antichrist could exist and something we can use and reference without the personification in flesh.
Right. Well, John says it's already at work in his day.
Right. Yeah. So that seems to be a distinction
there. The Antichrist is anyone denying the incarnation in John.
Many have already come, right? So
gravy.
But even people who go with like 666 or 616, which render Nero, that's not to say Nero is some guy who is this ultimate evil. Right. He is the archetype of the evil. He is the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire.
Now, keep in mind, there's another key indicator that only Orthodox have an insight into, because if in 3rd Maccabees chapter 1, it mentions the fact that Ptolemy, who is a type of Antichrist, just like Nero, just like these other rulers are, Ptolemy mandates that in order to buy or sell, you have to take the mark of the ancient mysteries of Dionysius. So you have to get this leaf tattoo or mark in order to buy or sell. And so when John talks about the mark to buy or sell, it's the same spirit Ptolemy had that now Nero's having, and presumably also will be the spirit used at the end, whenever the end is. There'll be some kind of attempt to control all economic transactions and so forth food and so forth too.
Yeah, and important to mention is that there's also saying that this is the church basically offers a counter to it. So it's not going to be a medical procedure. Your local priest isn't going to get the holy jabbies or something. Or in Greece there was a whole mess a couple of decades ago with barcodes, because they thought, oh, you need these lines to buy stuff, right? So Orthodoxy isn't fully immune to nonsense, because people really like flashy things. They like things that are easy to grasp and they like the immediacy of it, which is, again, wrong and unwise and should not be calculated by these pathetic means. But it's history plays out, and if you're going to use certain, like the four horsemen of the apocalypse, they're Canaanite deities. That's the image that is used to show it to people back in that day. So, like terminology is used in certain ways, we need to maintain that usage. This is why phronema is so important. The phronema of the church is that you need to maintain the original meaning and take it on. And if you need to change the word, but don't change the meaning, but keep the graphemes and the phonemes. That's pointless. And this is why this apocalypticism that's been prevalent for the last couple of centuries amongst certain strands of Protestantism are so powerful, because it seems so correct, even though you've actually moved from the meanings of the words that are used and the symbols that are used. So it bears no resemblance to the original. Like Jan Mathis rode out with a dozen people into thousands of soldiers and believed he would get victory. Obviously loses. Does that stop his cult? No, because he was chopped up and his head put on a pike. I think his genitals were nailed to city gates or whatever. But
why does that make you so? Why does that make you so happy?
Why wouldn't it? No, I'm only 2 beers in. I'm not too happy. But no, it's funny because you think it would stop the cult. It doesn't. They go and gather pieces of him into baskets and then wait for him to resurrect. Right. So you would think that they would be, somehow corrected by events unfolding in front of them, but no, it doesn't. They just recalibrate and move on.
Are you guys okay moving in, Jay, specifically geopolitics, modern implications, effects of this shit view? Would you like to do that?
Technical term, shit view.
Yeah, shit view. Well, because we're dealing with the boomer. I think the boomers are really I don't want to call them victims because they did it to themselves, but they really kind of ran with this view, and the ones that are left are still proponents of the view, and they're in positions of power. And if you guys are wondering what kind of person I'm referring to, this is a good clip to kind of to sort of show you who I'm talking about.
It's all going down the drain. Our country going to hell in a handbasket. Nobody will have the fun I had. We haven't got the country we had when I was raised.
That's the kind of spirit of it. And before we get into the geopolitics, Jay, just to demonstrate it with another video, the kind of mess that is produced by this view for people who don't even call themselves Christians. I think this is a fascinating clip. We can run off of this, and Jay and Posh, you can take it where you will, but I found this clip fascinating to really demonstrate the impact of this view and what it looks like and the kind of confusion it creates.
Zionism is a political movement which is causing bloodshed. Where is the bloodshed? That's where our family is from. I'm from Israel. How can you hold that flag? This is because the actions of the Zionist people, they are responsible. What are you talking about? That's where our ancestors. We live in a beautiful peace. We live in a a beautiful, peaceful Palestinian people for hundreds of years.
How can you say that you're not a Jew? You're not a Jew. How dare you?
When Zionism
You're
came
not a
in,
Jew.
Zionism came in, they caused their bloodshed. They caused rivers of bloodshed.
How can you say that you're Jewish? How can you cheat your own people?
Who is that Jew?
We're Jews. Yes,
He was against Judaism.
We're all Jews here.
Yeah, so how are they saying that?
Because they believe in God. Jewish, I'm standing it.
I don't want that.
In
the Talmud says not our country like that.
That is our country. How dare you say that about our own people? What's wrong with you? Fuck you.
No, I'm Jewish. No, you're. She's just flabbergasted. You're monsters.
Oh, that guy's got a Madonna shirt.
Yeah. She's got the little gay guy next to him.
Yeah, but when I get in their faces and shout, "You're Jewish, why are you like this?" then I'm somehow a bad guy.
You're terrible, yeah. So Jay and Posh, that image right there really sort of demonstrates the sort of catastrophe in the views collapsing, and that they don't even know what it means to say Jewish, or they don't know what it means to say support of Israel. It's all completely ripped apart. And watching that view, it's partially funny, but also horrifying. I got to say, I'm so happy to be on track to be in the church, because it makes sense of all of this. You're not confused. You look at this too. You could actually look at that woman as a cultural New York Jew or wherever she is, and she thinks Jewish is Jewish. And then the ortho bagels, as I call them, they're like, "What are you talking about? Like, we don't even agree with you here." And then really what they're talking about is this distinction. Like, one side sold a fake advertised Israel and what it means to be Jewish, and the other one holds a different view. And even though we disagree with both of their overall worldviews, it really does demonstrate. I don't know a better clip that could sort of at least encapsulate the impact of this view. Is that fair to say that what we just witnessed is really just like an impact of the destruction, like rubble, the rubble of the view?
Jay, do you want me to start?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
I've got the best history on this, by the way, is there's a whole 5 pages in Trudging Hope that's really good on the British imperial structure. What?
Dude said orthodox. All right. Sorry, I'm immature. Orthodox. Go ahead.
No, that's it. I can just kind of summarize those pages when we're ready if you want. But go ahead.
Yeah, go for it.
Go ahead, Posh.
Well, I wanted to mention how the whole idea of genetic Judaism is very important here, because that woman doesn't look particularly practicing, but there's a great summary of it says most Jews believe there is no God, but He gave them Israel, and then they go through all sorts of things to show that. I've even seen Ben Shapiro, being flummoxed about this on a debate stage when he says, "Well, how can you say you have a right to Israel, the land there?" And he says, "Because there are synagogues and then someone said, "Okay, there are Native American, burial grounds in the U.S. So why don't you leave?" So they can't ever maintain this because there is no. It's not meant to be coherent. It's just meant to be useful. And when you see these Hasidics who are, they're wacky in their own ways. You have strands of Judaism that believe, no, God has to give us the land. We can't do it ourselves. He has to do it, because that will prove that we are ready for it. If we go ahead and usurp the land, we have not shown ourselves, clean enough, obedient enough, which was sort of the Pharisaic view as well. We need to follow the law very, very, very strictly, and then we will be pure enough, and God will send the Messiah. He will chase out the Romans, and etc., etc. And basically the only Judaism that survived from those days is the Pharisaic form, and then mutated into, and metastasized, I would say, into all manner of thought. But then you get this, as you said, some cultural New York Jew, blonde hair, and a tiny nose, shouting at these people about how they have this blood duty,
obligation, blood obligation
to support Zionism, and they're like, no, we're religious. We believe in this religious interpretation, and it says God has to grant it to us, otherwise we don't get it.
Jay, did you want to respond to the clip itself and then go into your thing? Because I wanted to get your tape on the clip itself.
It's just kind of a confusing situation where a lot of these different inter-Jewish groups and sects will kind of all have elements of truth, in the sense that Jews against Zionism are themselves committed to certain interpretations of the Talmud, and like Posh said, like they think it has to be done a certain way before there's a restoration and the coming of the Messiah. The other strands, which are more secular and atheist, like Posh said, I mean, it makes no sense, because it's like, well, there is no God, but he gave us this land, so it's like totally inconsistent. And it's basically just a tool of sort of secular powers. But Zionism, this comes, it becomes very useful for the British Empire. I'll get into that maybe in a little bit, but so it's really complex in the way that, like, there's a lot of different factors going into this, but it just all of it really makes no sense from any of these perspectives, is what I'm trying to say.
Right. Super confusing. Both the sides, from our view, we go, oh, they're both very confused about this, but it is connected to what we've been discussing, right? It just doesn't come out of nowhere. The cultural blonde nose job Jew was like screaming because she's arguing a cultural trend view. The Orthodox is holding an ancient view, and they're trying to maintain it, and they have their own unfolding of their religion that they think is going to happen, and they're pinned against each other. And from your view, from this analysis, there's no way to separate what we just saw. Is it at least fair to say there's no way to separate what we just saw as a clip from dispensationalism? That this is an effect of it, would you say? Clearly an effect of dispensationalist view, even though they're not Christian.
Well,
they're not even holy.
It played a role in helping America warm up to supporting what the Rothschilds and others wanted to do in the Middle East.
Okay.
In that regard, it played a key role in marshaling the American engine behind a lot of these moves.
Netanyahu said that Christian Zionism was instrumental in paving the road towards this general, let's call it, Zionism.
So we agree with 0.5% of Adam Green's analysis. 0.3.
Yeah. I now want to reject it just so we're back to zero. No, obviously, but I think the dispensationalism is more driven by its apocalypticism, and then appeared to be very useful and very easy to. We don't need to talk about if it's organic now.
Okay.
Nowadays, you can trace it very easily to both intelligence agencies and different types of funding, and that started obviously with the start of the even the moral majority and all of these groups that really pushed on things and had this wind power of the Second World War and events therein, that really gave it a legitimacy, not just in religious circles, but even in secular circles, where they said, oh, we just need a place for Jews to go where they can be safe. So all of these strands, what's important is that they coalesce into the idea of these people get this piece of land. Whether you get it through, just to be safe, whether you get it through Christian Zionism, to Jewish Zionism, through whatever, what's important is the outcome. And whatever you need to say in the meantime, it just depends on.
Okay, so would the clip that I played exist even without the apocalyptic dispensational sort of let's call it chunts? It's like the chunts is like what you put in the pan first, onions and stuff. It's like the base of the meal. Do you think what I just played would be inevitable anyway without these kind of views affecting especially modern Western American politics?
I would say so. I think,
I
think a lot of this stuff was already kind of baked into the cake before America got sufficiently propagandized with this stuff. Because Balfour Declaration and the establishment of Israel and all that is kind of already going on by the British Empire, but they definitely wanted to secure the support of the American engine.
Okay, got it. So I will retract that. I'm making a clear distinction or connection between that clip. I just thought that was, to me, it seemed relevant. It just seemed to sort of embody the problems we're dealing with. I thought it was linked to it, but if it's a case that very instance could exist very well without this beginning process that we're sold constantly through this.
Well, I think an analogy would be so prior to all this, you already had the disputes amongst Orthodox Jews, Reform Jews, right? And the Reform have always kind of moved towards more atheistic, agnostic type positions. And then you've got multiple different sects amongst Orthodox Jews following various rabbinical interpretations and pseudo-messiahs. So they've had a history of falling for various con men, Rabbi whoever, and he was the real Messiah. And even today, a bunch of them believe Schneerson was a Messiah. So
I believe I recently saw that it was Schneerson himself, because they often use the title Baal, because Baal just means Lord. Like Baal Shem Tov, and someone said Jews pray to Baal. But to the point about the clip, the problem with your assertion, Jim Bob, is that neither of those sides were thinking, well, Darby said. Right. And even, again, back to the New Testament times, you had the Sadducees, you had the Pharisees, you had the Essenes, you had all types of like zealots and, the Scutarii, which is where we get Iscariot, Judas Iscariot. Right? You had all of these different interpretations of what needs to be done to get things back in order. Right? Sure. The Pharisees thought you need ritual purity, and this is where a lot of Christ's criticism towards the Pharisees come from. You will get a tenth from your herb gardens, but then you will ignore all sorts of things. The Sadducees are just completely Hellenized. They only accept the Pentateuch. They don't believe in the afterlife. The Pharisees famously do believe in the afterlife because of Maccabees. Then you've got the Essenes, who sort of gave up on the whole temple thing. They go out into the desert, right? So there is no unified thing. And then after the fall of Jerusalem, again, you might get some level of unity, because a lot of them, like the Sadducees, basically relied on being key holders to the temple. That was their source of power. Once you lose the temple, you're pointless. And then the Pharisees, go out. They have, but even then, it breaks into who knows how many
Yeah.
branches, and people just go with your pick and choose
Sure.
your rabbi.
Yeah, I'm looking at the blonde woman in the clip and going, what could her view be possibly derived from, if not this flawed sort of genetic take that could be traced back?
Basically, trauma. A lot of it is like, oh, we're persecuted all the time. They want to make lampshades out of us.
Right.
So enough of that will turn any people into just delusional. It doesn't have to make sense. Just needs to keep you safe.
Right.
From
And
horrors.
it seems to be like very culturally derived, that like she gets her identity from whatever cultural propaganda she's getting.
Yeah.
And it seems to be, I'm trying to make a link between what's the cultural propaganda she's getting, and can it be tracked back to this idea that, the genetics is tied to the land, the genetics is the true, or whatever. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. But I'm glad you guys distinguished that, because either way, I'm glad we got to all watch that clip together.
Trauma bonding.
Yeah. Jay, you sent this in the link. Did you want to go off of this thing here, or?
Yeah, this is a kind of an unknown thing. People don't really know about the Havara Agreement, but it's a little later than the beginning stage of this. But I'll try to just summarize really quick what Quigley says. Basically, the British Empire was looking for models to have stable Middle East colonies, right? So Britain has a very powerful empire at this time, late 1800s. They're looking for different systems and structures that might work to stabilize it. Amongst the British elite, they were pretty much divided. You had half of them who were very pro-Arab, very pro-Muslim. Some of them even purportedly converted. Some of the famous British spies, Kim Philby's dad, supposedly became a Muslim. Whether he really did or he was just being a spy, I don't know. But they had a very robust Orientalist structure which could learn the culture, master it, and then rule it for the British Empire. The Middle East, however, was so unstable, or so they said. You had constant assassinations of leaders. They were looking for what would be the most stable thing to put there. And so, as we said, many of them favored Arabic type leaders in government there. They were pro-Palestinian, or as we say it now, pro-Palestinian. But you also had a faction under Lord Ralph Child who wanted to establish a specifically Zionist state. And this was controversial because you already had quite a few people who were already there who were, Arab Christian and Arab Muslim, obviously. So you get this decision on the part of the British to set up essentially a Zionist state. This is the British mandate for Palestine, and it was motivated by a lot of the World Zionist Congress, the World Jewish Agency. This is known as the British Mandate for Israel, which ended in 1948 because after the UK mandate, you got essentially the decision that Jews needed to migrate there. Very controversial, and it's almost like maybe they wanted this to cause this division there, right? Because what happens is that the early army of Israel is created out of what's called the Haganah, and that's originally the Stern Gang. The Stern Gang was kind of an organized crime syndicate that functioned like the early protectors, you could say, of the Jews in Israel at this time. And they evolve into becoming a proto-intelligence agency and army. They're behind the famous assassination of one of the lords of the United Nations because of his policies. Lord Moyne was assassinated by the Urgun gang in 1944. And then they famously BOMB the King David Hotel. This is because now the Jews are getting tired of the British rule in Israel and in Jerusalem. They want to throw that off. Then it gets even more complicated because this is the crazy part. From the British Empire perspective, they wanted to manipulate and rule. Then we get this. Check this out. During the years of 1945 to 1948, the Jewish Agency sought to establish a Jewish state in Palestine, remove the British restrictions on Jewish immigration. So Brits were now putting restrictions on who could go there when previously they want them there. These were resisted not only because of Britain's desires to maintain amicable relationship with the Arabs, but also from the obvious lack of sympathy for Zionist cause within the British government. So the Labour Party comes to power in 1945, and because the Labour Party were Fabian socialists, they actually were tended to be pro-Islam and pro-Arab. The immediate demand for the admission of 100,000 Jewish refugees from Europe was rejected by the British, and efforts to smuggle some of these in gave rise to conditions of quasi-warfare between British and Zionist groups. The Arab League of the neighboring Arab states, which had formed underneath British sponsorship in 1945, took as its chief aim the destruction of the Zionists and to block Jewish immigration. When the Labour government in June refused Zionist requests for admission of the 100,000 Jewish refugees and instead sought to arrest members of the Jewish agency, the Irgun, in reprisal, blew up the British headquarters known as the King David Hotel in Jerusalem and got rid of 100 people. The World Zionist Congress elected figures who were supposedly moderate, like Chaim Weizmann and David Ben-Gurion. The former won the election, and then you got the support for British mandate from the United States, which was unobtainable since Washington generally favored the Jewish side, while the British favored typically the Arab side. Thus, death sentences were carried out on the various Jewish terror groups. And in 1947, the British sought to escape the situation by appealing to the United Nations, and basically they just handed this over to the Israeli government. So then Ben-Gurion steps into power in 1948 as the first president, I guess you could say, prime minister. September 20th, the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem was the chief Muslim religious leader of the Levant and collaborator with Tiny Mustache Man, and he proclaimed an Arab government for all of Palestine. What's funny is that he's a British intelligence agent. He's the guy that looks like exactly like Ryan Gosling. You should look.
Yeah, I wanted to mention.
So he's an MI6 operative, and he's
what's his name?
I didn't know that.
The Grand Mufti of Jerusalem. Yeah, he's a British intelligence operative. And he's working together with Tiny Mustache Man. So basically, the British are always trying to play both sides of everything, and it seemed to not really work out here. And so you end up getting the through a bunch of PERROR, the establishment of a Zionist regime, which is not explicitly religious, but utilizes the religious imagery and ideology to sort of bolster support. So that's the irony here, is that Christian Zionists in America support all these people who are essentially intelligence operatives and organized crime people in 1948 who don't believe anything religious at all.
Wow, you ain't kidding.
I told you. Yeah.
That's funny. Wow. The truthers are going to lose their shit. The body double, you know.
Well,
okay,
Keanu Reeves apparently has had many doppelgangers throughout history, but this person is rather peculiar in his function and his cooperation with a man whose mustache was even tinier than mine, and that takes some work.
Yeah, that takes a lot. So Jay, based on what you laid out here and the agreement that we went over a little bit there that we had on the screen, a lot of Americans who are maybe completely unaware of the history we went over it with dispensationalism and how it then plays into sort of the narrative of geopolitics in America, especially, they're unaware of it, but they're participating in it. So do you think that it's useless or futile to even educate those kinds of people who just have this kind of impulsive loyalty?
There's Ryan Gosling.
Oh, look at Ryan Gosling with little mustache, man. Look at that. Yeah, they're talking about tea
And by
flavors.
the way, if you're interested in a book that covers the how he was British intelligence, it's F. William Ingall's book, Lost Hegemon, Whom the Gods Will Destroy. He's basically just detail. There's a whole chapter on Grand Mufti as a British intelligence operative. But sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, like, what's the methodology now? Like, obviously doing a stream like this or anything like it that sort of sheds light on the summary of this view and how it plays into modern politics. I feel like we're in an era where people who take this immediate impulsive loyalty to Israel in the political arena, they're not going to really care what kind of history you bring up, right? So it's like, I guess what my question is, like, us as people who talk about this stuff and analyze it and put it into its proper categories, is it useless? I mean, not to blackpill, but like, what is our duty here as far as like revealing it? Because I think it needs to be talked about more.
The key is to understand, to not hate. I'm not saying you do this, but to not hate groups of people in collectives, because people are raised in things and people are indoctrinated with things that are. And I was thinking about this the more I was, ruminating on the Muslim debate from last night. Like, people are sort of imprisoned, in these systems, and the systems are not going to make you happy. You know what I mean? They don't provide what they claim to provide. So I see a lot of the people being manipulated. The 100,000 Jews that were trying to migrate, they were supposed to migrate. It's sort of like refugees are geopolitical tools on a chessboard, and so we should feel sorry for the people, but at the same time, like, for example, with Muslim refugees, like, they're also being used. So there's no easy answers. And I think that the more that we do understand the historical nuances of the situation, we have to try to be compassionate and concerned for people. Not that you guys aren't, but there's a reactionary tendency, right, where people are just like, oh, it's all this group, oh, it's all that group. I mean, these people are pawns, they're tools, they're used. I think that the Ralph Child group utilizes these people. I don't know that they really believe the religion. And so I see it as kind of like a tool that they use to control people, much like a lot of Muslim caliphs probably didn't believe the religion, but they use it as a tool to, energize armies and so forth to loot and plunder. I mean, Muhammad seems to have done that, right? So there's a pattern of using ideologies for these geopolitical ends. So I wouldn't say it's blackpilling. I would just say it's more so like understanding the nuances of the situation, and it's not always or totally one person's fault. But between the two people debating that we saw a minute ago and screaming, like, they're both kind of goofy.
Yeah.
Because we mustn't. I rail against abstractions all the time, because the problem with abstractions, as I say, it's a common phrase, abstraction is subtraction. You need to take out a lot of peculiarities in order to have it as some type of abstract notion. And we tend to forget that these are human beings. If you're born, for example, into Islam, your family is Muslim. So you're going to have an innate, desire to defend Islam, because no matter how, it's not no matter, but when people tell you, oh, Muhammad was this, he did that, and this is false, that is false, a lot of their thinking is, my family can't possibly be supporting this guy. My father is a great guy, my friends are great, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a human thing. It's not input-output. They're not machines, and good thing that they're not machines. Those who do decide to convert or even abandon Islam take massive risks. Their families are put at risk. So with the clip that we saw earlier, right, these people grow up with this. I grew up, I'm cradle Orthodox, right? And a lot of things were blind spots for me, because that's how it is. When people ask me, why do you pray to saints? I know, because they're awesome or something, and they help you out, right? But then you have to go and study the theology. Most people do it because of pure inertia. Others, like Sneeko or someone, might be just grifters, but might simply be completely demoralized by the state of the world, and they're looking for refuge. And if your idea of Islam is it's like Christianity but hasn't been, wimpy, and you get 4 wives instead of 1, and it's like no Trinity, and that's basically the difference. And we go to the mosque on Friday, right? We don't go to church on Sunday, and that's basically it. you go for it. And the Islam is a very PR oriented religion, so they organically basically go for praising you anytime you say anything nice about Islam. If you convert,
they have you right on their podcast immediately.
It's
yeah. It's like a Baptist, like in the Baptist church, you can like say the sinner's prayer, and then like you're giving your testimony and preaching next Wednesday, right?
Yeah, totally. Yeah. It's like PragerU. Any leftist who says anything in Hollywood remotely classical liberal, they slap them on an orange and blue meme immediately.
I had to watch Michael Knowles interview Ryan Long, who's just a comedian. He's goofy. He's not a political activist. And I had to watch it because I was expecting every single thing that Ryan Long says. It was going to be, the leftists, I can't do
the left are the real racists.
The left is the bad, the real bad.
Yeah. And that's exactly what happened. But the problem is that Ryan Long is so apolitical that basically anytime he said, the left does this, but the conservatives, he said, but sort of, there was the Bush era, so that sucked, and you can't get it. But these people are so ideologically obsessed that they have to shape anything that's even remotely approbatory of that position into like a confirmation. And what I like to say is it's winning either way. There's even a higher level of that when if, let's say, a child agrees with your position, it's even a child sees that this is correct. If a child agrees with the opposing position, only a child could agree with that. It's just rhetorical flips. There's nothing to it. And I'm afraid that because we're so abstract, we're so detached from human life, and technology has made that very, very possible and very pronounced. We just see people as I don't know, data points. It's very Stalin-esque, deaths of millions is a statistic. Likewise with conversion. If a friend of yours converts to Orthodoxy, oh, great. But if 1 million people convert to Catholicism, it's like, it happens. And it's dehumanizing. And as far as the approach to all of this, my suggestion is the strength of Protestantism is that it's so sloganeering. It's so short and snappy.
Well, that's what Daniel tried to argue at the beginning of the debate last night was, look, Islam is simple. It's easy. It's got 4 lines, so it's got to be clear and true. That's what
bumper stickers.
Want,
right? Yeah. So my suggestion is just try to make short arguments like I gave the one with if Christ rules for 1,000 years, why is in the future, right? He establishes 1,000 years of just pure haven on earth, this kingdom, and then loosens up the devil at the end of it. What's the point of that? With our expectations, like we're in the millennium, and when the end is coming, the reins of Satan are loosened a bit. Makes perfect sense. So that may be something you need to fight them with snippets, unfortunately, because the moment you use more than 5 sentences, all of a sudden, that's not Bible, that's philosophy.
That's philosophy.
Like Sam's really good, for example, when he debates the Muslims because he's done it for so many years and so many times. Like he knows 3 sentences, right, of how to spit out like a problem for the Muslims within 2 or 3 sentences. So he's really good at that.
I wanted to point out that in our assessment of the dispensationalist view, its perversion of hermeneutics in Scripture and its implications of policy, the reason I asked us all here is saying asking the question, well, what should we do? Is it more folders, right? Do we show more folders and reveal the truth of it? And I want to make this distinction that if you use the exposing dispensationalism and it's the Nahums and the bagel people and properly show people, wake people up, this kind of truth or take, it seems to me it's all useless if you're not bringing people to the church. And so in the end, it's like if we're using it for a cultural, sort of a cultural trending use for it, we're using it as like technology, we're really just participating in the same game. And so, that's why I made sure to let people know, well, it's not a black pill to look at the stuff and properly examine it, but the purpose of it isn't so that you can then use it for some sort of left-right dialectic, like, and to get more people to understand this. And suddenly,
then we need more classical liberalism.
Yeah, more liberalism, right? So that's my sentiment here, is that the purpose is to properly categorize things. If you're going to appeal to Scripture, Christianity, this is what it looks like to pervert it in some sort of notion toward the future that you want to craft in your own view. I feel like that's what Darby did, that he really perverted and turned Scripture and the practice and the faith into some sort of technology toward a end goal. And from our view, we don't know when that end goal is, and we couldn't claim that. And so our job is to practice, bring people into the church, and it's a much more we're in humility. I mean, that view is in like sort of conquering, dominating, like getting the point across. And I know people in the chat are frustrated, not in this chat, but just generally speaking, they want something done. We're in a cultural war. We got to fix this. Everybody's fighting this kind of war. And it's kind of difficult to balance your theological view and praxis with some sort of like utility in the world that you're trying to get something done and plant your flag. And I know it's difficult for people because they want those results. And I don't know if you guys want to add on that, but how to balance this kind of notion of like getting results in your culture and winning the cultural war and planting the flag of victory versus, well, that might not happen. You might have to actually practice Christianity when you're losing your whole life. So, I mean, just want to remind people of that.
It mustn't be confused with some type of crypto prosperity gospel that if you're doing the right things, things will go well in a material sense.
Look at this tomato.
Yeah, there's absolutely no guarantee of it. In fact, you should expect things to go poorly.
Worse. Yeah.
I also keep saying, don't let things you're for be a function of things you're against. So don't oppose dispensationalism because you're against Israel. That's not a good.
That's a good point.
Foundation. If you want to support Israel because it's a counterbalance to Islam, it's the only democracy in the Middle East, whatever you want, my biggest contention with it is that it's not Christian. It's not what the church teaches. It's not biblical. It's heresy. That's and I am against heresy because I'm for orthodoxy. Mm-hmm. And you can twist yourself into so many pretzels or bagels, although they're not twisted, are they? You can loop yourself into so many, because you're against something. I'm against communism, so I'm going to the Bible wants free markets and low taxes and gun rights. Okay, if you believe the Bible supports that, don't tell me because it's against communism. Mm-hmm. Right? That you can't have these negative things because they are also very easily manipulated by surreptitious actors. They see you're against something, so they'll just, how I like to illustrate it is if you're going to do the opposite of what I say, I just tell you to do the opposite of what I want. And then you do the opposite, and you're again doing what I want you to do. This is why everyone the namums, etc.
The namums, yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's so incomplete because people actually have to live their lives. You can't, and even most people don't care, but you can't have this revolutionary opinion or movement succeed because a lot of revolutionary thinking is only bound together by the opposition towards a system. The problem is if the revolution succeeds, then you have to go into the affirmative.
Yeah.
And then it turns out we all disagree, and then they start slaughtering each other.
Right.
Yeah. In fact, the reason I brought up that Havara agreement, if you know about, I forgot to mention this, is that in Tragedy and Hope, Quigley speaks as if the elite kind of wanted World War I and World War II. And so that they had multiple reasons as to why, and that agreement shows one reason is that it allowed for what's happening in the 30s and 40s in the Middle East. And not everything necessarily went totally according to plan, but we couldn't be here without where we are now, without World War I and World War II. So certain entities wanted World War I and World War II. So anyway, that's partly what that explanation with Havara is about. I have to run, but I want to thank you guys for having me. And really great chat today. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. You want to plug anything? Obviously, you stream JayDyer. You can find him on YouTube.
Yeah,
any specific ones you're coming up?
Yeah, if anybody's in the Nashville area and you want to come to the event Friday and Saturday, I'm speaking with Jim Bob's closest associate, James Lindsay. I think you guys are. I think you guys have been BFF since MySpace days, right? Like y'all had a joint MySpace you shared, I think.
I'm such a dick to that guy. It's because I can't get his attention, so I just I'm just ankle biting him and just being like, "You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong." So yeah,
I'm just speaking on psyops. So we have mutual friends. So I'm imagine.
Yeah, good.
Are you going to go on stage like this guy?
yeah.
He might not even be there when I'm there. He might speak in language. I have no idea.
Now there's hope for Lindsay, because you look at his Instagram and everybody is like, dude, you're still not dealing with the classical liberal problem, and so from that view, it's hopeful, and I can lighten up a little bit. I'm
not telling you to lighten. I'm just saying he might not even be there when I'm there, because there's 10 speakers, so I'm just speaking at this event that he's speaking.
What's the topic you're speaking on, particularly?
Psyops and psychological.
Oh, psyops. Okay. Nice.
So I don't know what he's talking on, but there's a bunch of other people that have. John Klizek speaking, who does the School World Order book. Anyway, that's this weekend. You can go to the cognitivelibertyconference.com if you want to watch that, or come to that Nashville Friday and Saturday. And then you can get my books at Jay's Analysis and in the shop. I'm working on Eschatological 3, and I've got almost 280 pages. So it's coming along. Should be finished maybe the next couple months. So
cool. And then as in the debut sphere, the fact that Fresh and Fit had you, that's a pretty big platform. Is that something you want to continue? Obviously, you debate whenever you want, but do you see something promising by transforming some of these sort of I would say they're they're dominated by the 304 class of people, but they have this opportunity to do proper debates and things like that. Is that something in your experience you thought was fruitful, or?
It seems like it. I mean, it seems like it's already had, across Rumble, X here, maybe 400,000 or 500,000 views, which is crazy.
Yeah.
So you and Andrew had that viral thing with Wes, your other BFF.
Yeah, my other. Yeah, I've been texting him a lot.
So I mean, I think one reason we did it was that Myron, I think, is a professing Muslim, and we wanted to be willing to say, we'll come over on your home court, right? I mean, I'm open to it, just depending upon who it is and what's going on.
Yeah, because I was looking at that and I'm like, obviously the Muslim versus Christianity, who's got their metaphysics and epistemology down properly, which is more coherent, is valuable. But I hope there's a follow-up debate, honestly, and I think you could do this debate as well, Jay, is that there's this sort of pushed unity between the two and this assumption that we should pair up with Islam for a cultural war to fight this evil, and then there's this this naive take that at the end, when we fight evil, then we'll figure out who has the true theology, and it's that's not a good bet.
You can't
honestly
identify evil without the world.
That's right. Right. Yeah. Sneeko wrote, Islam and Christianity team up against Satan, and I rewrote it evil and truth team up against evil. It's you can't take the bait on that, even though it's tempting. It's very tempting, not for me, but I can see with other people.
Yeah, with that debate last night, the main reason I was happy to do that was that those guys, they're really notorious for kind of running from Sam.
Yeah.
Sam knows Islam way better than me. So I really wanted it just to be the vehicle for Sam to come on and let loose against those guys. And that's seemed to have worked well. So You know, I don't even, I'm not a Muslim Islam expert. So,
well, you're able to defeat Islam just by talking about a foot. That's what I learned. I was like, oh shit.
I mean, it's
it would
just
be great to learn.
They'll always want to go off into like, you know, all these other topics. And what's happened, I think, that Posh was getting to about kind of the internet's really being a difficult thing for Islam, because people are hearing now for the first time in the last few years, not just Christian evangelical goobers on the defensive. So for a long time, Muslims would go out and debate, and it's always Christians on the defensive. Now it's Christians on the offensive, and then we begin to see how flimsy it is.
Yeah, that's great.
One thing that the internet has done is that their sources are now available. You can go to sunnah.com
exactly
and read the hadiths, because when Muhammad Hijab a couple of years ago had a poll on Twitter asking, what is like Muslims, this is anonymous so you can answer sincerely, you know, what is your biggest source of doubts in Islam? And he gave like scientific, you know, knowledge, claims of other religions. What won out is the personal morality of Muhammad. So, because people are now getting acquainted with these problems, about 10 years ago, you would be called Islamophobic if you mentioned Aisha was 6 when he married her 9 when he consummated. But there are worse things. And I think by next week I'll prepare. I have Jim, Bob, and Andrew on for the funniest things in Islam. Nice. Jay, if you want on, you're free to come on. It's just the silly things, you know, like most punishment of the graves is because people make mistakes urinating, because men have to crouch, you know, squat when they pee. If you don't, angels will torture you.
Yeah, I'm open to that. I'm open. I got to run, but thank you guys so much for having me.
Hey, thanks, Jay. Appreciate you. God bless.
Have a good day.
See you, man. That's funny. Definitely, Posh, we need to interact more so offline so that I can prepare visuals and memes. Make sure we do that, okay?
I'm thinking whether that's better or whether it's better to get organic reactions.
That's true too. Well, I'll put it this way: I'll prepare some visuals and then use them if I need to in the background as a, you know, put them in my holster. But certainly a list of the most absurd, right? So it's Hadith and Quran references that are most, you know, peculiar and strange, right?
Sam ruined one of my favorites, which is that Allah gets bit on the wiener by the womb.
What? By the what?
The womb.
The womb? Whose womb?
The womb.
It's not even a brown recluse or anything that we know of.
Freaking, you know, mega womb or something floating about, I suppose. But he shouts, "Stop it!
Stop that right now!" Yeah, that's gonna be fun. When is that? 2 weeks? Week and a half?
I hope I can get it ready by next Thursday or something.
Okay, cool.
We're in the middle of a heat wave. It's absolutely hellish. I was wearing a wife beater so bad that I had to put on this shirt.
Nice.
I was wearing a wife beater so wife beatery that it seemed like I was offering like a service.
That's
going
funny.
House to house. Would you like your wife beaten for a fair price?
When a Serbian says there's a heat wave, I assume they mean there's bombs going off. Like, I don't know the distinction with you. I'm like, Posh, can you stream next week? And he's like, well, there are bombs going off in the distance, so I think it'll be fine.
There's a quarry, stone quarry near here, and you can hear when they blow up stuff. So that triggers great memories.
Right. You can use that as propaganda if you want, right? There's war.
It makes you sound whiny.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. If there's any other chats I want to go through or make sure I didn't miss any.
I'll be here for that. I still have beer.
Me too. So true. Jim, help stick around. Thank you. New members, thank you. Shout out to Rachel for 10 memberships there. I'll go over to the Bob chats in a second because I saw some come in.
I'll get the other beer.
Yeah, get another beer. For those in the chat, is there any other questions you have? I know maybe some of you wanted to ask Jay questions, but time's a ticking. Shout out to Jay for coming on. Appreciate that. I hope you guys learned something about dispensationalism, its perversion, and its impact on modern geopolitics. Not that there's suddenly a button we can hit where everyone wakes up, as is the case in the truther sphere, where you just open the golden folders and the rays of light bless upon your face, and you're awakened and illuminated for forever. We don't hold that view. That's not quite that easy, is it? Let me see. $20. Thank you so much. Over at Bob Chat, for the Muslims in the chat, Muhammad prophesied that the wall of Dhul Qarnayn, Surah Qarnayn, this is parentheses Surah 1883 to 99 in the Hadiths, would stand until the last day. There is no massive wall of iron and copper between two mountains holding back armies of 1400 years. Therefore, Muhammad is false prophet. Find the wall or leave your cult. He didn't say this. You're all gay.
That part about Dhul Qarnayn is going to be part of the stream, definitely, because for those who do not know, Dhul Qarnayn means man of two horns, and it refers to Alexander the Great, who had this title. You know, as he went about conquering, he also went about undergoing ceremonies that would render him the avatar, the son, or whatever of the local deity, you know, and he has a depiction of, you know, like a helmet with two horns, etc. So he is the man of two horns. And these stories reflect what's called the Alexandrian romances. So it's obviously cribbed, but as Muhammad went along, he just picked up stories about local well-known people. And the wall of Dhul Qarnayn is built, I can't remember if it's copper and iron, smelted down, you know, and they build a wall to entrap Ya'juj and Ma'juj, which is a rough equivalent of Gog and Magog. Mm-hmm. But Gog and Magog in the Bible are a completely different thing, because Ya'juj and Ma'juj are basically like these mutant people. Mm-hmm. Who outnumber the Muslims 999 to 1. So
is that their Nephilim?
No.
Okay.
It's not the same manufacturing.
Okay. Gotcha.
So they are mutated, you know, they have like shield-like faces with tiny eyes. So some have speculated the Chinese. But well, yes, but
what is that? Is that Serbian piss?
Well, mine might be. That's
same alcohol content.
Yeah, it's plum brandy. It's actually on UNESCO, or it's not UNESCO, some UN nonsense about heritage. You know, it's one of the best things you can ever drink. This is why I never liked whiskey. I grew up with.
Oh, really?
Here, and like all like whiskey and gin all tasted medicinal to me.
Yeah.
Like I felt like I went into the medical cabinet and started chugging. But back to Ya'juj and Ma'juj. So they're supposed to outnumber the Muslims 999 to 1. So let's say it's not for now. It's like for when Islam is smaller. And let's say there's 100,000 of them left. If you have 100,000 times 1,000, that's 100 million. So we're supposed to find 100 million. It is medicinal. It's all medicine for everything plus a cleaning agent.
Yeah.
And we're supposed to find, and again, I'm being very generous, 100 million people locked somewhere but behind a giant wall of iron and bronze or copper, it doesn't matter, and they dig every day and they almost break through, but when they stop, they go back, and Allah restores it during the night. But one day,
Oh, how convenient.
But one day, they won't leave by saying, tomorrow we will finish. They will say, tomorrow we will finish, inshallah, Allah willing. And then Allah won't restore it. So the next day they will finish it and break out. And there will be so many of them, they will drink entire lakes and rivers. And it's glorious, by the way.
Yeah, it sounds a lot. I mean, I feel like, what's her name? Greta Thunberg could have written Islam based on like the structure of how they're like, well, it will come. All this stuff could happen, and then it just like, it's this promise, and then there's nothing that actually corresponds to reality. The only thing about Islam that corresponds with the reality of human beings and our existence over time is Christian. It's like, the only thing that they describe accurately, it seems to be borrowed from a Christian worldview. I don't know how they get over that. Now they might get some descriptive things right, but their whole foundation. I always tell the Muslims who jump on the comments that I go, okay, they say, oh, well, Islam's true, Christianity's false. And I just simply say, for Islam to be true, you need Christianity to be partially true. For Christianity to be true, you need none of Islam to be true. So
yeah, so I think David Wood coined the phrase the Islamic dilemma or the Quranic dilemma. But basically, the Quran affirms the Injil and the Torah, which is basically the Gospel and the Torah. So maybe you want to take a contracted view of those and, just say Injil, okay, just the Gospels, or the Torah, just maybe the Pentateuch or something. The problem is there's no way to render it where you either have to accept the legitimacy, yes, and everything else. Like I mentioned, the Alexandrian Romance, pagan stuff is also local,
and Gnostic as our
Oh,
Albanian,
yes.
the one Albanian we like, the accordion player. He did a stream. I would do another one of those, by the way, because like that's really interesting to track back Islam to early Gnostic views.
Like Jesus wasn't actually crucified. He was replaced. That's not the universal. I believe it's a majority Islamic view, but not universal. You have those who don't believe that, and they have their arguments. But obviously, a lot of things, just as I said, it's the most improvised religion ever. What was I talking about? Yes, the Quran basically says the Christians, you need to go to your Injil, the Jews, you need to go to the Torah. And there's a hadith where Muhammad was asked to solve some dispute after conquering like a Jewish place. So he's in charge, they go to him for the dispute. And he says, bring me a copy of the Torah. And they bring him a copy of the Torah. And he gets up from the cushion he's sitting on, right? This is the Middle East. They don't use chairs because wood is hella expensive, as the children say nowadays. And he places the scroll on the cushion as a sign of reverence. And he says, I believe in you and the one who revealed you, right? So he confirms it. There are critiques of the Jews and Christians that we pervert the meaning. That's a completely different thing. And then there's the passages where the Muslims are cheering for what we call the Byzantine Empire, right, the Roman Empire, against the Persians, because the Persians are Zoroastrians, the fire worshippers, as they're called there, and the Romans are the people of the book, because they're Christian. They have revelation of Allah. Now, we're talking about 7th century Byzantium. Things were, handled at that point as far as what constitutes the New Testament. So if Muhammad was saying, these people, we're cheering for these people because they have the revelation of Allah, that means that what they had is the revelation of Allah. Not to mention also that they say, Jesus came to the Jews and a portion of them accepted him, another portion rejected him. And Allah will, until the judgment day, make sure that the ones who accepted him were made superior.
Mm-hmm.
So those who accepted Christ will be kept superior until judgment day to those who rejected. And because it can't be the Trinitarians, obviously, we are all idolaters and polytheists, right? So who are these people then?
Yeah.
Right? Is there some super secret Jewish sect that's monotheistic and basically would have to be Muslim? So it makes no sense. As I said, it's winging it, but then they latch onto things like, the Trinity is illogical, as if you can just impose logic on what God is.
Yeah. That brings up, you mentioned 7th century. I don't know if it was 6th or 7. I don't know if it matters, but Jay's hypotheticals is a pretty sharp knife against the Islam debater, isn't it?
That's the Islamic dilemma. Because if the scriptures we have are unreliable, then the Quran is wrong. If they are reliable and they contradict the Quran, then Islam is wrong.
Yeah.
So it's wrong either way. So they will go, it's corrupted, yada, 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 but we can prove Muhammad from the scriptures.
So it goes like this. The Quran is right, and it's based on scripture. The parts that are wrong about scripture are wrong because it doesn't go with the Quran.
Yeah. It doesn't have to make sense. It just has
you don't even need 3 beers to laugh at that.
Yep.
Wow. And they don't see a problem with it. They just fart. Well, yes. I have no response, so I think Jay should start farting.
Powerful rhetoric.
Did you watch that debate, by the way, all the way through, or just going to get snippets, or what?
I get to, because it started at midnight, and today I was preparing mostly for this stream, so I have to finish it. I did get a sizable portion in, but
nice.
Ultimately I have to sleep as well.
Who farted? His opponent, the squeaky guy. The squeaky mole-sounding guy.
Yeah, that guy got into a lot of trouble for racially abusing some Chinese Christians.
Oh,
maybe
really?
Not Chinese. Yeah, I called him.
Based.
There are good sides to him. Ijaz. Redeeming qualities. It would.
Timestamp. Go to Jay's social Media. Jay did a pretty good job of putting it on every single one of his accounts.
He goes into a gym and plays it on the TV.
poor guy. Allah's fart. Is Allah's fart like any human fart?
Allah actually doesn't have an anus.
Oh, right.
That's how Shaitan knows the difference between Adam and Allah.
Really? Oh, it's serious. Oh, you're not even being facetious. Wow. I can't even tell. Tell. When Pasha's refuting Islam, I don't know when he's being sarcastic or not. That's how bad Islam is.
You have no idea how, and I will introduce it to you and Andrew if Jay wants to on. He's welcome.
Oh yeah, we should do. That's a party. Are you kidding me? 4 of us watching, looking over the most funny things about Islam. Are you kidding me?
Do you know how horrible it is for me to have all of these in mind right now and not be able to
say them all? No, don't ruin them. Yeah, gotta save it.
Because I believe the better
created anus. Oh.
Not created anus.
Actually, I want to go over that real quick before we finish up. This seems to be fatal. The question is the Quran uncreated? Because they view, similar to a Protestant who sees the Bible as some sort of immaterial, eternal feature of reality that just happens to materialize itself with no tradition or history. Similarly, are you saying that when we ask, is the Quran uncreated, we're asking a similar question, right? We're saying is this thing itself the revelator, the reflector of revelation itself, as an item, as an object?
I'll explain the logic to you just because Jay says there are actual fart hadiths. So there's one where that Ridvan showed Jay where the shaitan runs away from hearing Muslim prayers and farts to not hear them.
As a
There's
defense.
also the famous, yeah.
No, like that.
Exactly. And there is a hadith that has been popularized recently that the eyes are the leather straps of the anus.
Okay.
Which
Makes
means that while you're awake, you have control over.
Oh, the demons come into your butt, right?
That's
a weak
different
spot?
one.
Oh, that's a different hadith.
It's that while you're sleeping, you could fart, and unless you do your ablutions, like your ritual cleansings, your prayer won't count.
Okay.
That's why when you wake up, you have to do your ablutions because you might have farted during your sleep.
Okay.
So farting is very important.
Okay, Allah's messenger said in the hadith, when the Adhan is pronounced, Satan takes to his heels and passes wind. Satan farts with noise during his flight in order to not hear the Adhan. So there he is. Yep.
That was...
Fart defense.
He's got a wind attribute.
How do you teach that? I mean, this is a kind of thing like if we were in like divine liturgy and our priest was all, and then God, farted to make sure you don't hear shit, we wouldn't even know what to do with it. Like that's just like now the Muslims would say that's not fair. We don't accept all the hadiths because these are sort of like these higher. This kind of unelected symposium of smarty pants people looking back, right? To be fair, the hadiths is a collection, right, of reflection, of philosophical reflection on the Quran, right? Is that correct? Is that accurate? It's like a post sort of
very post Quranic because you have this guy called
the fart teeth. That's good.
You have this guy called Bukhari, al-Bukhari, and I can't remember, it's 1 or 2 centuries after Muhammad. He goes from basically Central Asia.
The shittergy.
Shit.
Sorry. Go ahead.
So he goes over to not Saudi Arabia, but
right,
Arabia.
Not philosophy. Fair enough. Yeah.
And he collects the oral traditions. And there's a whole methodology as to how reliable it is, the chain of narration. Like Muhammad said this, and he said it to this guy said it to this guy, what they call the chain of narration. And that's how you get the grading system. And sometimes in the chain of narration, there's a guy who's known to be unreliable, so you reject it. The gradation system is basically you've got 4, potentially 4.5 gradings. Mm-hmm. So you've got the rejected ones. I can't remember the word for that. Something starts with an M. Then you've got the weak ones called daif, which means we're not too sure, but it gets a passing grade. This is very important because people tell you, "Oh, that's daif. We don't have to believe that." Meanwhile, you actually do. Mm-hmm. It's just that it's not as reliable as the next one, which is Hassan, which means good. So it's pretty solid, Then you get Sahih, which means sound, and that's foolproof. That gets an A. As far as gradings go. Mm-hmm. And I said 4.5 because you have a subset of Sahih hadith called mutawatir, which means repeated. Okay. So you get them from multiple sources, they align. So it's you have scholars who say rejecting a mutawatir hadith is like rejecting a verse of the Quran. Mm-hmm. And then obviously you get the Quran. You also have like sunnahs, which is sunnah means life. That's where you get the term Sunni, because they're following the Sunnah al Rasulullah. I think that's how it's said, like the life of the Prophet of Allah. Right. So that's why they dress a certain way, they behave a certain way, because they're emulating the life of Muhammad.
Right.
That's what Sunni means. Shia comes from Shiat Ali, which means the followers of Ali. That's a different thing.
Right.
But that's where you also have the tafsirs, which are the commentaries on these topics. But here's how it works in practice. It can be any of the grades except the rejected, if it works in their favor. Like, oh, Muhammad fed like a starving orphan. Oh, glorious. That's it's daif, but this is great. This is just proof of how great.
If that's true, oof.
Muhammad was apparently a redhead.
That makes Islam definitely false if he was a redhead.
It's also related to Queen Elizabeth. I've heard that it was a process of dyeing your beard.
Oh,
you have certain clerics who do that nowadays.
Why? Because it's like a holy color or something, close to purple?
I'm not sure. Obviously, you could say like red was associated with royalty, which is why when you look at our iconography, you see Christ wears red underneath, blue over that, because he is God who has taken on humanity.
Yeah.
And then with the Theotokos, she wears blue underneath and red over. Because she's human, but has been granted this royal status as the mother of God, the Queen Mother, by, it's granted.
Right.
But I'm not sure. That's just a slightly informed speculation.
I believe the saints have not said to make fun of. Oh no! Oh, you're saying like our joke about the Islam? No, we're making light of Islam. Okay, we're not making light of the Holy Liturgy or anything else.
I mean, you would have to go argue with the Prophet Elijah.
Yeah,
making fun of Baal. Oh, is he in the loo?
We're fully making fun of Islam. We're not. Just because we're using a reference, we're making fun of their iteration of these things. Okay.
Right. So that people draw conclusions. Oh, he was a redhead. I sincerely doubt that. Not impossible, because you've got this Indo-European strand going from all the way to northern India. So possible, but the Quraysh, which strand he was from, not particularly known. What is very emphasized in the Hadith that he was very, very white.
Are there even any historical references of very powerful people who were redheads and had that very irritated skin look? Genghis Khan was a redhead?
Yeah. Barbarossa, Friedrich Barbarossa, the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. Barbarossa is literally Italian for red beard. So he...
Disgusting.
D Sims in our chat.
D Sims is the only one I like that I know of.
Yeah, so there are some, I suppose, and the Irish. So Islam again is a very silly religion. That's why I want to make it like a fun thing, because there are silly aspects that aren't particularly fun.
Yeah. Yeah, let me know in advance, because I can animate too. Like if there's any like a break time that I can make an animation that could potentially get us killed, we should do that, because I can do that. You just got to give me a heads up. Like maybe there's a little section of a minute that I can make something or.
Okay, I'll have to calculate it without consulting you, because I'd have to tell you what you need to know without you knowing whether you.
Yeah, without me. Well, you might have to forfeit me laughing 1-to-1 on the phone with you, and I'll laugh again, of course. Like you won't ruin the joke.
Yeah.
I'll
it's
definitely
a different
laugh
experience
again.
watching with friends.
Yeah, totally.
But I'll pick some out. I can give like general spoilers. Like you have no idea how glorious their idea of how babies are born. Because women have sperm.
Can't wait.
There's a male sperm and a female sperm. Just so you know, that's all I'm saying.
Got that. Yeah, that's actually funny, Posh. Because I was thinking of a game where while you were talking, I was playing a game with myself on Google, trying to write hadith about X, whatever it is. And sperm was one of the things I inserted, like hadith about sperm, hadith about donkeys, hadith about. It's called hadith about is the game I play, and I see if it comes up as something. I think it's a fun game.
They have collections of it, so
Should be like a home board game. Hadith or not, is this in hadith or not, right? You read something ridiculous, you're like, there's no way, you're like, oh, it actually is. Everyone drinks.
Yeah, and by the way, all the things about like sex and drinking and stuff that are prohibited at the moment.
No, this is coping. If you're defending right now, no, we're not talking about liquid. We didn't say liquid.
No,
did we say liquid?
Liquids that come together and make a child, and it determines which one comes first, determines whom the child will resemble. And this isn't. This did exist in surrounding cultures.
By the way, blood is a liquid too. So I mean, you're trying to reduce it to something more broad.
Well, the male sperm, you can call it liquid.
Oh, he's saying he's saying you're using the term sperm, and it's really they're using the term liquid. Is that what it is?
Here's the thing. Sperm basically means seed. This was my famous statement when I was on Jay's stream. No one confuses like sperm meaning seed. No one's going to say Johnny Apple sperm.
They should from now on.
Technically you could, but in English that's not how it works. But sperm basically means seed. So there's so you can call it a liquid, but it's a seminous liquid. Something that has to do with reproduction. Okay. And it describes that the male seed is thick and white. The female seed is thin and yellow. So they're basically describing urine. And one of the favorite words of, since we're enumerating your best friends, the Lord King. So basically describing squirting as some type of seminal fluid.
So it's ancient. So the modern take, unfortunately we're basically inundated with it online, but there's this myth of quote squirting or whatever, and it's been piss all along. And what you're saying, it sounds like posh. Now I don't want to falsely accuse you of this, but it sounds like you're blaming Islam for this myth.
I may or may not. I'm going to maintain.
Wait until next week when
ambiguity.
We do the
show. But it says that they come together, and that's how you stop
gravy.
Thing.
Yeah, what's that? Is that male or female? We don't know, do we?
I don't know, but embryology is definitely like reliant on like very ancient medicinal knowledge. This isn't a fun part, so I can say it here. It also gets where they stem from. But just so you know, male sperm does not come from the testicles. That's what idiots think.
Comes from the brain.
Now, interesting that this is what Islam teaches, but when they got African slaves, they knew how to castrate them.
Interesting. That's a weird thing to do when the first premise is true.
But back to this, which isn't, again, this isn't fun. It's a bit sad because that's how they got the knowledge, but it shows how ridiculous it is. They say that that basically at the start of the process of the formation of a human being in the womb, it's a blood clot. And then it develops on and on, starts getting bones and then meat on the bones. The reason I say it's sad is because a lot of these speculations stem from knowledge of miscarriages. And after you see what comes out, after a miscarriage, you sort of have to work with that. So they from the heart. Squirting is from the heart.
Sperm is
actually
in the heart.
More ridiculous than that. It's so random, no one's going to guess it unless you cheat and look it up,
right?
Or know it already. But you couldn't guess for the life of you. Neither could I.
Yeah.
But basically, they get this. You have Greek writings on this. You have Persian writings on this. They basically have an idea that because if both animals and human beings have miscarriages, you get this, rejected fetus, and it's just bloody and gory, and they somehow deduce from that or try to reverse engineer. Okay, so it started like some type of blood, and then develops more and more.
Sure.
And if it fails at a certain point, we get this. But if it fully gets to the point of development, then we get a human being, which is not something I would say, oh, so the ancient Greeks were retarded because they couldn't figure it out. No. But the Quran, which claims that it starts from a blood clot, the Quran doesn't claim to be the musings of Greek philosophers or Persians or Indians or whoever. It claims to be the revelation of an all-knowing God. So that's a problem for Islam.
Did you have this one planned? I hate to ruin all your jokes ahead of time, Posh, but if a man has sex with a sheep in one of the fatwas, that sheep gives birth to a human. If that's the case, if that happens, he can lead prayers. Are you saying the sheep could lead prayers, or the man who actually produced a child through a sheep could lead prayers? Hard to tell.
That's not something I know. I'll have to look it up, because there are passages. I won't be including like gross things.
Yeah, just funny
ridiculous.
In general. Yeah,
I want to keep it light. But there is like, you have to do this ritual if you have sex with a camel or something. If you're going on the Hajj, all right, the pilgrimage to Mecca.
Right. If you happen to need to have sex with a camel, make sure to make these preparations, correct?
Is this a point?
Is that where camel skin came from?
No. But there's a point which Muhammad says he sees a very good-looking woman, and so as not to cheat on his wife, he runs to his wife, who is dealing with leather production, which involves dung, for those who don't know, and urine.
Okay.
That's what people have. So
Right.
I'm not saying they were primitive. That's something we nowadays can deal with due to advanced chemistry. And he just goes on at her. So, oh god. Just
so wait, when is this?
You can imagine, like,
leatherworking
leatherworking is one of the most disgusting smells you could imagine.
What is?
Like the leather production, leatherworking, like the leather tanning, I suppose.
That's what my last name is, Posh. It's an insult to me.
What?
That my last name, my real last name, is leatherworker in Italian.
Oh.
Yeah.
I never can remember your last name.
Pelletieri.
Oh, Pelletieri.
Posh, I didn't tell you that. I didn't tell you the time I went to Italy and I ran around the town and I kept running into these little shops that had my name on it, and I show the shop owner my license. That's like equivalent to coming to America and going into a Ralph's. Posh, you don't know, a Ralph's is just basically a grocery store, and bragging to the clerk that your name is Ralph. It's meaningless.
It's outstandingly American to go about
It's so stupid. Look at my name. It means you're the name of your store.
You're like the 30th guy.
Yeah, they're just like, get out of here, dude.
Yeah, we get it.
Yeah. Well, that's good to know. We need to come up with a good name of this stream. It's going to be on your channel, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So potentially me, you, Andrew, and Jay manifesting absurd hadiths and references, perhaps in the Quran, and maybe adding some visuals to it.
Yeah.
Yours truly will help with that. So
there's one I wouldn't include for the disgustingness, but he says nothing can make water impure. So there's an episode where he does his ablution in like a pit that's full of water, but also where you have corpses of dogs and like where women throw their menstrual rags. So he's in like that sludge.
San Francisco. Yeah.
It's not even menstrual rags.
No,
it's
we have that here.
Post-op rags. but he's washing himself with that, and people go, "What are you doing?" He says, "Nothing can make water impure." He also has a theory that you don't have infectious diseases because how would you get the first disease? So.
Right. Actually, it makes me want to look now that I have this thing called. I want to start an app. The Hadith says, "Could you believe it?" or something like that. Hadith about drinking urine. I mean, we can just go. That's fair, right?
Different, yeah, different, including the WHO, but who cares? But different, like charities and like you know, like Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders, whatever. I had to say, please stop drinking cow urine.
Right, stop it, please. Hadith or not. Yeah, Hadith or not. That's a good one, Krillic. That's the one. That's good. Hadith or not, download it. It's free on the app. You know, Hadith or not. And you have to vote, right? Oh my gosh, can you imagine well, the problem is with given time, people would just memorize too much, and it would it would have a shelf life.
Move quickly, and we have to get someone like Sam Shamoon to do it.
Right. But imagine the rating, like how many you got right, and people are high rating on the app as like people. They're like, oh shit, you got like 1,020 on the Hadith or not.
Whether you want to post it, because
yeah, totally.
Maybe it can go awry if your name appears somewhere.
Preparing for sex with camel Hadith.
And here's the thing. These da'is, these people like Hakikachu and Muhammad Hijab, Ali Dawa, Ijaz, like they want you to think that Islam is about monotheism. Oh, you just accept one God, you know.
Yeah,
that's it. That's very manipulative.
Yeah.
No. This is the argument. Rachel retweeted my response to Lauren Chen. Yeah, the chat is awesome. But Lauren Chen saying, "Oh, do you know that Arab Christians call God Allah, so you shouldn't make fun of Allah?" Like, and nothing personal against Lauren Chen. Like, she is getting progressively more based.
Yeah.
So
she's still a female though, so she can never make the full jump, can she?
She's like half slant eye. Imagine just one of them. Okay, we're not going to get banned for anti-Semitism, but we're working on any other.
Why won't Lauren Chen come on my podcast? I don't know. All right.
Yeah, she's half Yajuj Majuj, you know. Oh God. Let's make a video so everyone knows how to defend dispensation.
Yeah. Did you watch the stream on Dispensational? It was really serious, really rigorous, really in depth. Oh, Jay was on. I don't know. Did you stick around when Jay left though? I don't know. I don't know what happened there.
We're going to have to private this and then cut off when Jay.
Yeah, I'm gonna chop. It's gonna just be an abrupt chop when Jay leaves. You'd be like, all right, I got some stuff coming up in Nashville.
You're gonna pop up. You know, are you sure you want to continue?
Yeah. Would you like to continue? Please check. Please, is this a road? Please select where a bike is on the image. Yeah.
Maybe you will need to actually chop it up as to be shareable.
That's true.
Because we're getting into 4 hours.
It's insane. So counterintuitive.
Yeah. So when someone sends me 4 hours, I'd better be.
You just look at it. You're like, what are you kidding me?
And then I need to think if I'm going to the gym, I might.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'll chop that part off, make that a members only, and be like, I need the section where Posh and Jim Bob are kind of drunk, making fun of Asian people. The most important part about the Dispensationalist, amazing, really in depth, informative. Stream.
Yeah. So back to the point. She was talking about Allah, and I made the point about Baal. Baal just means Lord, and worshipping Baal means sacrificing children. Allah is Lord; it's one of His titles. So sacrificing children to Baal is worshipping Allah.
Right.
logically, if this is the logic we're going with, and people started disputing with me, and then someone from our community just agreed, and I came up with another example.
Yeah. Jim Bob, I found this. It's just on your computer, and it says sex with camels, drinking urine. What does Muslims say about semen?
she's
No,
right
I promise.
now.
It's preparation for a stream with Posh. I swear.
Go with Andrew. It's more believable with Andrew.
Yeah. Maybe that's the trick of Islam, tricking Christians into looking up really messed up shit.
Sending in the FBI.
Only camels.
I know with David Wood and Apostate Prophet, there's a common commentator, like a regular, who goes by only goats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen that name.
So it's been done with goats.
The rapture is going to happen by the time the stream is over. Yeah, based if we keep talking like this.
Megan is now saying, "Jesus, come quickly."
Right. Yeah.
Make it stop.
Make it stop. Coward is. Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else, Posh? We should close this out.
I hope not.
I hope not. Yeah. Thanks for the support, new members. Thank you. Shout out to everyone who Bob chatted, super chatted, and became a member. Anyone who bought something on madebyjimbob.com. The memes keep coming. The streams make the memes, apparently. Posh and I will announce, I'll talk with them offline when we set a date. I think, Posh, we should set it at least a week ahead of time, if not more, because of the anticipation of such a funny concept and the kind of shit we're going to get back from the Muslims in the stream.
I constantly think, okay, maybe I should add this. Maybe it's too much, so I'm ridiculous in that manner.
No, it's going to be great. It's going to be your most highly populated stream. JB, can you look up Surah 65 in the Quran and tell us what you think it says? Well,
I can. It's already been addressed on this channel with
what is it?
Sam Fellow, because it talks about divorce, and it says when you can divorce. So for women who menstruate, you have to wait 3 menstrual cycles.
Okay.
And for those who are too old to menstruate, and those who have not yet menstruated, the wait period is 3 months.
So they're assuming your wife is premenstrual, which means prepubescent.
It can be any of them. So at least they've got that. But
gotcha.
Someone like I know, Mohammed Hijab, went to Speaker's Corner and started arguing with people who are what they call Quran-only Muslims. And quoted this ayah. Ayah means verse, surah means chapter. He says it allows for a severe form of pedophilia. So that's how he's trying to defend the hadith. He says you need a hadith to stop this. The hadith are not much better, but there is no lower limit. So it says, those who are too old or those who have not yet menstruated. And all the commentaries are clear that it's about too young to have, achieved maturity physically to start. So you don't have to look it up. I know that one. It's a very famous one.
You wanted his? Oh, I see. You wanted me to just look it up and kind of react. Sorry about that.
But we had someone trying to filibuster that interpretation, but it's very clear. It's just people who will tell you, oh, if it's a hadith, we don't have to accept it. It's not the Quran. But when it's the Quran, we'll mangle it up to make it seem like it's not saying what it's saying.
Posh, do you think arguing against Islam or arguing against atheism, do you think the two are equal in priority? Because I've been struggling with this because I have such a fun niche of just attacking atheism because it's so stupid. But now you're proving that there's something actually dumber than that. That happens to be more cohesive somehow. Isn't that interesting? That like something dumber can be more cohesive
because it's dogmatic, and dogma allows for cohesion.
Right.
Atheism is just like, well, there's no God.
Empirical dogma. That's it.
Yeah, you can be a Pine Creek, Doug.
Yeah.
But you can also be, some complete degenerate. So that's why we talk about cohesion, because that's the only claim of atheism. It doesn't mean, although most of them end up some type of ridiculous progressive.
Yeah.
You don't have to. You can be just the most, I don't know, racialist or sexist or whatever type of person. It has no bearing on it. You would have to take a separate position in order to fight for or against.
Yeah. Do you agree with this statement? Is it easier? Because I talked about this and I actually took the opposite approach, but I don't know. It was my impulse. It was like, I thought it was might be harder to convert a Muslim because you're really probably talking about a whole history, inherited view of dogma that's much harder to get over than, let's say, an apathetic atheist who's just kind of like bitchy about gods in general. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe because someone presupposes God, it's easier to make a bridge than someone who presupposes non-God. I actually don't even know how to come to the conclusion about this.
I think it's a pointless thing to ponder, because if someone comes from a strict Muslim family and from a Muslim family, as I said earlier on when Jay was on, like they have a sense of duty towards their family. They have a fear of retaliation potentially, because apostasy is punishable by death, and that can even affect the family. Maybe mob violence or something. I don't believe it's prescribed to punish the family, but it might happen by osmosis or something. But again, if you have some a Muslim, which is a lot of them, like here in Serbia, Muslim, we have a part that is majority Muslim. Like basically they don't eat pork. And that's about it. They get wasted all the time, so alcohol isn't even a thing. But a person like that, we had. I was on with Garrett Dawn a couple of weeks ago, and we had this guy who grew up Muslim in Bosnia, moved to London to work, and we had to talk with him, and he was very open to it because he didn't grow up in a dogmatic family. Islam is rather pacified in our parts because we went through communism, and communism clamped down on religiosity, and with the resurgence of Christianity with orthodoxy, it doesn't produce extremism. It can, but it usually has to be paired with like nationalism or some other type.
Wait a second, hold on, Posh. I think this might be the first thing we really disagree with. What's wrong with extremism?
I'm not saying there's something morally wrong, potentially, because it would have to depend on what you view as moderate, and that's going to, and even moderates can be extreme. Like if you think it's a moderate position to trans the children, I think you would be extremist. I think the properly moderate thing would be, okay, if there are children struggling with a gender identity, it could be a lot of factors, lack of a father figure or a mother figure, some type of trauma or something. So yes, I think another extreme would be just, start beating the child or something, just enforce it by ignoring the fact that there's probably something wrong that needs to be helped and healed.
Right.
But when we're talking about Islamic extremism, or even like it's Orthodox extremism, would be like monasticism.
Right. There's no other way, because it wouldn't be based in immediacy, cultural revolution kind of like stuff, right?
You can form a certain type of zealotry with if you combine it with a certain type of nationalism
Yeah, zeal. Like if you took an Orthodox zeal, like new convert zeal,
Yeah.
and they instead of going to the church, they took their zeal and paired it with like a Groyper philosophy.
Right,
then,
exactly.
yeah, right.
If you Orthodoxy is like a cultural marker,
Mhm.
so you follow, you go to church and everything, but like the theology doesn't particularly matter. Is just what you are, what you follow, what you subscribe to.
Sure.
And I think it's outstandingly improper to go. Yeah, and zealots were literally these types of people, like people who would kill Roman officials to try and get
I'd
them
be
out.
a zealot. I honestly, you know how Peterson, there's a clip of him being like, I'm not sure what I would do under the circumstances. Sometimes when I look
would
out
cry.
at culture, I do have this, the dark side of me goes, I might, given the right circumstances, I might actually be drawn to sort of active zealotry. I mean, just have to admit it. That's just how I feel.
Well,
Now, I would like to fight it and like call Posh and Jay and my brothers and be like, hey, walk me out of this. But I'd be lying to say I didn't have like an impulse toward, well, you know something? Sometimes you just want to take you just want to.
the thing people are saying in the comments in the chat, zealot, I'm a zealot. That's because nowadays we see zeal as basically commitment. I strongly believe in this. I won't compromise it. That's not what zealot meant.
No, that's
Zealot
just conviction.
meant being part of basically like a terrorist group, so to speak. So unless you think you're going to be, okay, I shouldn't say it. Maybe
I really have to edit the stream.
So unless you're thinking of going violent, like you're not a zealot in the classical sense, but if you were a zealot in the modern sense, great, have all the zeal in the world
Sure.
for the Lord. I support it. So yeah.
Yeah. Anything else you want? I'm gonna start shutting this down. I heard my family come back in. We have to go somewhere. So
Blissfully unaware, you're saying.
Yeah, of my own life. Go follow the Posh Redneck over at YouTube. I will post it when he has a thumbnail. If you need help with that, Posh, I'd like to make a good thumbnail if you want for that stream because it's so funny.
We'll figure it out. If you say you need a week notice,
Sure.
week's notice, we'll do it for not the next week, but the one after.
Yeah.
Because it's so bloody hot here, I can't do anything serious.
Sure.
It's literally like 110
That's
maximal, like 70
Horrible.
minimal.
Disgusting.
Just everything is sticky and itchy.
Yeah.
But I might go live on the weekend.
Okay.
Talk about something less academic. Like I've been thinking about how there are no more classes in the classical sense. We're all middle class, basically. Just depends on how much money you make. Because a class
that's an
is
interesting
how
one.
much money you make. That's what we've got. But
That's
then people,
true.
And people like Jimmy Dore and all of these people who are trying to. We need to unite as a working class. Doesn't matter if you are a progressive or a Trump supporter. We need to fight the system. And I'm thinking, you can't really make a movement out of, hey, we make roughly the same amount of money.
Let's get together, right?
Yeah, you can make a negative case for fighting the system, but as I said, if you succeed, now you have to implement a different system, and you're all disagreeing vehemently.
It's so true. It's very true. I always say that you could never take the low class out of me because if I'm suddenly endowed with $1 million, I'll still be following the hors d'oeuvre person around the party room. Oh, is that shrimp? Like classless, like just eating off of plates and stuff.
Yeah, but so many technology has changed so many historical realities that there is no such thing as classes as Marx would have described them.
Yeah. Well, that's good. We'll talk offline, Posh, about the Islam. I think that's a hilarious idea. I don't think it's been done quite. It hasn't really been done because most of it's so serious. Oh, let's debate Islam. Let's get really into it. But nobody takes the piss.
For the shocking things.
Oh, this is going to be
how
great.
They had a woman ripped apart by camels because she was mocking him. people go for the
That's
shock
actually
factor.
funny.
I think mock
Actually,
factor.
that's pretty. That's actually pretty funny. See, I find that funny. So we'll include that. Okay, so yeah, go follow the Posh Redneck. Shout out to JayDyer for jumping on. Appreciate that. I'll keep this up. I'll review it. I might repost sections so it's easily consumed.
Yeah,
and
shareable.
And I think that's it for me. I'm going to play us out with what I brought us in with, which is...
Thank you. God bless.
God bless you, Posh. See you, man. Oy.
I have a little dreidel, I made it out of clay. And when it's dry and ready, then dreidel I shall play. Oh, a dreidel, 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 I made it out of clay. And when it's dry and ready, then dreidel I shall play. It has a lovely body with legs so short and thin. When it is so tired, it drops and then I win. Oh, a dreidel, 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 I made it out of clay. And when it's dry and ready, then dreidel I shall play. My dreidel's always playful, it loves to dance and spin. A happy game of dreidel, come play now, let's begin. Oh, a dreidel, 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 I made it out of clay. And when it's dry and ready, then dreidel I shall play. Oh, a dreidel, 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 I made it out of clay. And when it's dry and ready, then dreidel I shall play.
Adios, friends. God bless you all.